Chapter 1841. That's impossible. How could someone from the empty realm kill someone with dignity? That's ridiculous. The empty realm can't even kill someone from the mystic world. How could they slaughter someone from the spiritual world and kill a supreme being? That's a nice story, but it's too fake. Voices of doubt immediately rang out in the tavern. The one who told the story was naturally Dongqing. In the battle that day, Zichen's combat strength had shocked Misty City, and Dongqing had also witnessed the strength of Su Mengyaro and Longhu. Together with the devil ape and the monk, it was enough to see how extraordinary Zichen's friends were. Zichen had once said that his friends should have come to the Zhanwu continent, so what Dongqing had to do was to spread the story about Zichen so that they could find his friends. Even if they couldn't find them, they would still go to Misty City after hearing about it. After telling the story, Dongqing bowed slightly to the audience and said, "If you don't believe me, you can go to the 7th mainland's Misty City and take a look." With that, she left. Her storytelling was completely free, and she would stay in a city for a month to tell the story 90 times, which was an average of 3 times a day. Dongqing left the tavern and was about to go to the next one. Not long after, she stopped and turned to look at a young man. She said calmly, "You're following me." The young man wore a blue robe and looked very gentle. He looked at Dongqing and said, "What you said before is true. You'll know whether it's true or not when you see it." After pondering for a moment, the young man said, "So, you know Zichen?" Dongqing's expression changed. She asked in return, "You're Zichen's friend?" Zichen's name was only known to people from the 7th and 9th mainlands, and this was the 6th mainland. Those who knew about Zichen must be his friends. "I'm LV Peng," said the young man. "You're that array master." Dongqing was very surprised. There were twins in Hu Pingcheng. Back then, Zichen had told the twins that he had a friend called Lu Peng who was good at array formations. "Can you tell me what happened?" LV Peng asked. Dongqing nodded, and she cancelled the rest of the trip. The two of them sat down in a tavern, and Dongqing told her what had happened. "Those old bastards. I already knew that they weren't anything good. Chempage. If there's a chance to go back, no one in the floating mist sect should even think about ascending." After hearing the whole story, LV Peng coldly said, "You are an array master. You should be able to help Fairy Mengyaro break the array, right?" Dongqing said. Su Mengyaro and Longhu had sealed themselves. Originally, they could absorb the energy of the world, but they were forcefully stopped by the formation masters. As a result, the two of them clearly could not absorb the energy of the world during their slumber, which might have affected them. It's just an array that isolates the energy of heaven and earth. I feel disdain for breaking it. If I want to absorb it, I'll have to absorb the power within the void. That's the most powerful power. LV Peng had a confident look on his face. After that, he asked again, "Where are you going next?" "I'm going to continue spreading the news. Hopefully, I can find more people," Dongqing said. LV Peng looked at Dongqing and praised, "You're really amazing." Dongqing smiled shyly and said, "I can't help with other things. I can only use this method to help him gather his companions. Then I'll have to trouble you. If you can use this method to gather the others to Floating Mist City, I believe it will definitely be very lively." LV Peng smiled, but there was a hint of coldness in his smile. "You don't seem to be worried at all." Dongqing looked at LV Peng. LV Peng laughed, "Why should I be worried? Zichen isn't dead, and Tyrant and Devil Ape are alive and well. Meng Yarrow and Longhu are also in slumber. We just have to wait for the time to come and break the seal. But that's Floating Mist City. There are many Supreme Being experts there, and there are even immortal existences there. These people are extremely powerful. Don't you have to worry?" LV Peng smiled again. "If you can gather the others to Floating Mist City, I think the ones who should be worried are the Supreme Beings in Floating Mist City. You have a lot of confidence in them. I heard from Zichen that they haven't been in this world for long. Extraordinary people will be extraordinary no matter where they go. Don't worry. As long as you can gather everyone, I believe that a mere Floating Mist City won't be able to stop us." LV Peng was very confident, and he indeed had the basis for his confidence. Just Zi Chen's group of 5 was enough to turn floating Mist City into a mess. If everyone were to go, how could floating Mist City be peaceful? One had to know that everyone's potential wasn't too different. Furthermore, there was an existence among them that specialized in assassination. Other than that, there were also a few existences that were comparable to Longhu. The two separated, and Dongqing continued to tell the story of Zi Chen. From LV Peng's confident expression, she seemed to be able to see the scene when everyone gathered in floating Mist City. Looking at the departing Dongqing, LV Peng shook his head and sighed, another pitiful person. From the changes in Dongqing's emotions, he could feel Dongqing's feelings for Zi Chen. Unfortunately, Zi Chen wasn't very proactive when it came to matters of the heart. He was destined to be a sad and pitiful person. Dongqing was still telling the story of Zi Chen, while LV Peng was heading to floating Mist City. At this moment, he already had the strength of a mystic world expert, and his cultivation was rising rapidly. Apart from his potential, the main reason was that LV Peng's world was too small. However, this didn't affect LV Peng's combat strength. He was a formation master, and his strongest means were formations. When he arrived at the 7th mainland, the story of Zi Chen was still being spread. It could be heard almost everywhere. Indeed, extraordinary people are extraordinary wherever they go. LV Peng shook his head and stepped onto the teleportation array of floating Mist City. When he arrived, the teleportation array was a little jammed, because there were too many people. Many of them came because they heard of the story, and wanted to see if it was true or not. When he finally arrived at floating Mist City, LV Peng immediately saw the building that had become the symbol of floating Mist City. It was Su Mengyaro standing on a dragon and tiger. It's true. Oh my god, it's actually true. That's right, there's no mistake this time. There are indeed geniuses in this world. I didn't expect that someone from the empty realm could kill a sovereign. After seeing the stone statue, everyone believed the story. However, LV Peng had a different thought when he saw it. He seemed to have seen the scene of blood flowing in floating Mist City. It's said that this seal can last for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, the seal will dissipate on its own. 1,000 years. Then 1,000 years later, the entire floating Mist City will probably welcome another great war. That's right, there will definitely be a great war. It's said that Zi Chen escaped to Mount Supreme. Once he becomes a sovereign after 1,000 years, those sovereigns in floating Mist City might not be able to deal with him. Becoming a sovereign in 1,000 years. That's impossible, right? It might be impossible in other places, but there might be a miracle in Mount Supreme. While everyone was still discussing, LV Peng's figure flashed and disappeared as if he teleported. When he reappeared, LV Peng had already passed through the array and arrived at the foot of the statue. During this time, no one noticed him. When LV Peng entered the array, he immediately sensed the energy ripples here. Then, a smile appeared on his face. As expected of a sovereign beast and an ethereal existence. They're actually absorbing the energy in the void on their own. He could clearly sense that the two of them were absorbing the energy in the void on their own. However, the absorption speed was affected by the array, so it wasn't fast. Next, LV Peng took out some array materials and started carving around the statue. This process lasted for 7 days. After 7 days, LV Peng raised his head and his face turned pale. This was caused by the energy consumption. The array that connected to the void was activated. It was like tentacles reaching into the void and started absorbing the energy in the void. Compared to before, the absorption speed was 100 times faster. It was as if there were many void trees around the two of them. After doing all this, LV Peng smiled at the statue and said, "There's still 1,000 years before you can break the seal. I won't stay here any longer. I have to find an opportunity to become a sovereign in 1,000 years. When the time comes, I'll come and help you." With that, LV Peng's figure disappeared. His appearance didn't attract anyone's attention, nor did anyone notice that the array had changed. The two statues were absorbing the energy in the void. 1,000 years might seem long, but to a true powerhouse, it was just a blink of an eye. In order to deal with Zi Chen's revenge 1,000 years later, Shimendong and Misty City made other arrangements. On one hand, they were looking for the sixth key. They were preparing to enter Mount Supreme and find an opportunity to kill Zichen. On the other hand, they started recruiting some geniuses and nurturing them. 10 years quickly went by. The number of cultivators who talked about the battle back then gradually decreased. However, the number of cultivators who came to Misty City increased. They were all here for the battle that happened 10 years ago. They were all curious as to whether the battle was real or fake. And this statue had become a beautiful scenery in Misty City. Among them, there was a young man dressed in black. He followed the crowd to the statue. After seeing the statue, there was an obvious change in his indifferent expression. Very good, very good. Following the discussions around him, a cold smile appeared on the black-clothed youth's face. He turned around and walked towards the depths of Misty City. On the same day, news spread that a spirit realm expert who was about to become a sovereign was assassinated. In the next 2 days, another 2 people who had the potential to become sovereigns were assassinated. When Shimen Lu heard the news, he was furious. He sternly warned the other sovereigns that this wasn't just his problem, it was the entire Misty City's problem. Once Zichen came again, Misty City would be in danger. The other sovereigns all took out evidence to prove that it wasn't their people who did it. However, Shimen Lu didn't believe them at all. At the same time, he warned them to stop here. Otherwise, he would fight back. The sovereigns also couldn't say anything. At this point in time, who would still fight among themselves? Chapter 1842. The 5th section of the hurricane was still wreaking havoc. Zichen gritted his teeth and persevered. Under this kind of torture, his body also stimulated its greatest potential. Thunder Emperor Physique constantly released vitality to repair Zichen's injured skin. While his body was constantly being repaired, it was also constantly being damaged by the hurricane. When the speed of destruction exceeded the speed of repair, the hurricane would be like a sharp blade, cutting Zichen's bones. It was a kind of heart-wrenching pain. The corner of Zichen's mouth kept twitching. The pain spread throughout his body. His whole body trembled slightly. Gradually, his whole body became numb and he lost consciousness. As time passed, the speed of his body's recovery finally exceeded the speed of destruction. His wounds were slowly healing, and his body was also becoming stronger in the process of recovery. After an unknown amount of time, Zichen's wounds were finally completely healed. The hurricane fell on his body again, but it was no longer a threat to him. Zichen, who had his eyes closed all this time, opened his eyes after his body recovered. He knew that it was time to go to the 4th section of the hurricane. At this time, he released his spiritual thoughts and began to perceive the world in his body. He noticed the mysterious changes in the world. The originally majestic mountains disappeared and became low hills. However, the whole shrunken hills contained pure realm energy. Under one of the hills, Zichen even found a few crystals that contained realm energy. These were Realm Emperor stones. Although the quality was very poor, they were real Realm Emperor stones. In addition to the changes in the mountains, there was also the flow of water. The flowing water was also real realm energy. These mysterious changes made Zichen feel very inconceivable. The mysterious changes in the world made Zichen's cultivation improve greatly. Retracting his perception, Zichen stepped on the 4th section of the hurricane. Everything seemed to have returned to the beginning. Zichen's body was broken again, and the hurricane began to torture Zichen. Stopping at the 4th section of the hurricane, Zichen's cultivation speed obviously increased again. After a lot of energy entered the world, it was absorbed by the world. In this way, Zichen would be able to break through to the spiritual realm in less than a few hundred years, saving him a lot of time. The monk and the demonic ape were also closing in, trying to break through as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, the first 100 years had passed. Zichen adapted to the 4th section of the hurricane and began to enter the 3rd section. Another 200 years passed, and Zichen advanced once again, reaching the 2nd section of the hurricane. The hurricane here was even more terrifying. As soon as Zichen appeared, his body began to sway. He could not even hold his ground and his body was instantly torn apart. At this time, Zichen's inner world had absorbed enough spiritual strength, and its mysterious changes had reached a limit. His world was filled with rich world energy. As the master of the world, Zichen discovered many World Emperor stone mineral veins, and each mineral vein was incomparably huge. The entire river was filled with water that contained the power of the realm. It was extremely rich and pure. Under the nourishment of the realm force, a sprout broke through the ground, then began to grow under the nourishment of the realm force, eventually turning into a spirit flower. The spirit flower bloomed, emitting a rich floral fragrance and flowing with colorful light. With the appearance of the spirit flower in the world, a rich vitality appeared in this world. Under the nourishment of this vitality, a small spiritual object appeared. This spiritual object was just an unknown bug, but it was formed by the realm force. It was a real existence. The world had a spirit and was full of vitality, representing another realm of the world's growth. Zichen was originally in the mystic realm, but he took another step forward and reached the spiritual realm. In the entire world, there was more spiritual energy and surging vitality. Under the cover of this vitality, the entire world seemed to have gained sentience. Because the realm force was too scarce, only a few places in the entire world experienced changes. The spiritual objects that were produced were too small, only a small flower and a small bug. The surging vitality in his body allowed Zichen to barely stand on the edge of the second section. The breakthrough of the realm made his face filled with joy. If he continued to develop at this speed, it was not impossible for him to break through to the supremacy realm. Not long after Zichen's breakthrough, the devil ape and tyrant began their second breakthrough, entering the spiritual realm. In the blink of an eye, more than 300 years had passed. While Zichen and the others were cultivating, Dongqing in the outside world was still traversing through the continents, recounting Zichen's deeds. "It's too funny, too funny." The door was pushed open, and a maid with braided hair walked in. Her face was filled with anger, and her lips were pouted. "Who made my queer angry?" A woman sat in the room. She was dressed in red, and her jade-like hand was holding a brush. With the last stroke, the word sword was formed. The word sword was filled with sword intent. The sword intent was condensed and not released, almost completely restrained. Not far from the woman in red, there was a white kitten lying lazily on the ground, dozing off. "Miss, this is too infuriating. I just went out today, and I heard someone bragging." The maid was dissatisfied. "That's someone else's business." The woman still did not turn around, quietly looking at the word sword in front of her. But what she said was too ridiculous. She said something about a mere empty realm being able to kill a supreme being. "If it wasn't for the fact that she was also a woman, I would definitely teach her a lesson," the maid said. "An empty realm killing a supreme being?" The woman raised her eyebrows slightly, looking very surprised. The white kitten's ears twitched as if it was listening. "Yeah, she said that there was an empty realm in the seventh mainland." No, there were several empty realms. Not only could they kill those from the mystic realm above their level, but they could also slaughter those from the spiritual realm. In the end, they worked together to kill a supreme being. After that, when faced with attacks from other supreme beings, some sealed themselves, and some even ran. She said that they had a name, but who would believe it? The maid was dissatisfied. "Miss, what are you saying if this isn't a lie? Even when you were at that level, you wouldn't dare to say that you could kill a person's pride." The woman smiled and said, "There are countless geniuses in the world. Maybe there really is such a person." "Impossible. If you can't do it, who can?" The maid was not convinced. "My combat strength has never been the strongest. Everything I do is just because others are flattering me." The woman in red shook her head. When she put down the brush, she asked casually, "Do you know the names of those people?" I wasn't convinced, so I asked. It was said that the one who killed the supreme being was called Zichen. Then there was the evil good monk, Su Mengyaro, the sky-splitting battle ape, the Longhu Supreme, and the one who sealed himself was. The maid was still talking to herself. She did not notice the change in the woman in red's expression at all. Whoosh, whoosh. The sword will on the word sword that had been written suddenly spread out, turning into streaks of sword chi that shot in all directions. In the blink of an eye, The entire room was pierced through by streaks of sword chi. It was a mess. Boom. With a loud bang, the entire room collapsed. The woman in red stood in place, dumbfounded. She did not move, but the dust around her did not touch her. Roar. The moment the room collapsed, a tiger's roar shook the sky. A white tiger with wings appeared next to the woman in red. A terrifying aura surged around it. What's wrong? Miss, what's wrong? The maid's expression changed when she saw this scene. Speak, what did you hear? What exactly happened? The white tiger with wings lowered its head and looked at the maid as it spoke loudly. The surrounding people noticed the commotion and came over. Among them, a handsome young man stepped forward and asked with concern, "Junior Sister Xian, what happened here?" "Scram, I'm not in a good mood today. I'll beat up whoever comes." The white tiger with wings suddenly turned its head and stared at the man as it spoke fiercely. "Flying Divine Tiger, this is the Sword Sect. Watch your words." Among the people who came over, someone shouted, "Scram." A roar rang out, bringing with it rolling sound waves. A storm appeared out of nowhere in the ruins, and the storm was filled with destructive power. The expressions of the Sword Sect disciples who had rushed over changed drastically, and they immediately retreated. They could tell that the Flying Divine Tiger was completely enraged today. "I'm fine. You can leave." The woman in red, Wang Xian, said indifferently. After that, she slowly walked in front of the maid and asked slowly, "Kui, tell me what you heard." Seeing the young miss, who was usually calm and collected, had such a big change in her emotions today, the little girl faintly guessed that what the woman had said earlier might be true. Thus, she recounted everything that she had heard in detail. "Damn it, damn those old bastards. Back then, I suspected that the failure of the ascension was caused by those old things. I haven't settled the score with them yet, but they sent Meng Yarrow away for the sake of their future." The Flying Divine Tiger's angry voice sounded. When he ascended back then, he followed Su Meng Yarrow. However, something happened midway and he was forcefully kicked out. He had always been brooding about this matter. He sealed himself and escaped with heavy injuries. Wang Xian seemed to have seen the tragic battle that happened that day. She sighed softly and said, "It seems that it's necessary to go out and train. Miss, you're leaving." The maid had a reluctant look on her face. Wang Xian smiled gently and said, "I've stayed here for too long. I also want to go out and find my path to becoming a sovereign. Miss, bring me along. This trip will be very difficult. Your cultivation level is too low. It's better for you to stay here. Miss, when will you come back? Maybe I'll never have the chance to come back." Wang Xian brought the Flying Divine Tiger to the depths of the Sword Sect. Her master was there. Back then, it was her master who brought her here. "Master, I want to go out and train." Wang Xian stood outside a hall and said, "I already know about your matter. Go and walk your own path. However, you must remember that you will always be a disciple of the Sword Sect. The door of the Sword Sect will always be open for you." A dignified voice sounded from the hall. "Thank you, Master." Wang Xian bowed towards the hall, and then left the Sword Sect with the Winged Divine Tiger. Hearing that Junior Sister Xian wanted to go out and train, the group of senior and junior brothers also expressed their desire to go out. Chapter 1843. Because of the battle 400 years ago, the Seventh Mainland's Misty City became famous in the entire Jianwu continent. Almost every day, cultivators from other mainlands would come to visit the Misty City. 400 years had passed, and the statue of the goddess was no longer the tallest one. However, the statue at the center of the Misty City was still a sight to behold. The place became very lively. Every day, cultivators would come to visit. When they saw the two people on the statue, they couldn't help but sigh. Those were two powerful supremes. Any cultivator who came to visit this place would definitely mention the battle 400 years ago. In that battle, Zi Chen killed a supreme being with the strength of the empty realm. After that, he made a breakthrough and escaped from the supreme being's attack. This kind of battle prowess attracted a lot of attention. These strangers who came every day were also indirectly reminding the Misty City that they had provoked several existences with great potential and that they would return after 600 years. Because of this warning, the Misty City never slacked off in the past several hundred years. The entire city was like a huge machine that was quickly running. Just like that, 400 years passed. After 400 years of unremitting effort, a shocking piece of news finally came from the Misty City. The sixth key to Mount Supreme was successfully found. When the 6 keys were put together, they could open Mount Supreme. Moreover, each key allowed 6 people to enter. When the news came out, it caused an uproar. Because there was news before that the reason why Chen and the others could escape was because they had entered Mount Supreme. And this time, when Mount Supreme opened, a group of Supremes would very likely enter to kill Chen and the other 2. After the news came out, another shocking piece of news came out. This time, only 6 people from the Misty City had entered Mount Supreme. The remaining 30 spots were obtained from the outside world. When the news came out, not only did it cause an uproar in the Misty City, it even shook the entire 7th mainland. That was 30 spots, and the entire Misty City was willing to give them up for nothing. While the crowd was in an uproar, they could clearly sense the fear of the Misty City for the future. Clearly, the Misty City was willing to give up their spots to deal with Chen and the others. Even if they couldn't kill them on Mount Supreme, they would have to face even more Supremes when they returned. Moreover, in Mount Supreme, as long as one had enough fortune, they could become an undying existence. Such an existence was known as the Undying Sovereign. Even if it was sealed for thousands of years, it would still be difficult to kill such an existence. Back in the holy burial ground of the Qianwu continent, the 2 devils sealed on the door were the Undying Venerables. I didn't think that a mere 7th continent would have such a miraculous place, a young man with a long sword on his back said calmly from the crowd. Senior brother, are you ready to go? A person beside him asked cautiously. Didn't you hear the news that it's only open to supreme beings? Moreover, if you want this slot, you'll have to deal with that guy called Chen. Junior sister Xian cares so much about that brat, so when the time comes, she'll naturally help him. Don't tell me that we're going to make a move against junior sister Xian. The young man glared at the other party. Senior brother, you're right. Then we'll wait here for that battle to come. In that battle a few hundred years later, a supremacy is destined to fall. That battle will definitely be spectacular. With my great potential, how can I just be a spectator in such a spectacular battle? Then senior brother, you're saying, let's go. We'll look for opportunities and try to break through to the supremacy realm in a few hundred years. At that time, we'll enter the battle. Their discussion didn't attract too much attention. The 2 of them disappeared into the crowd. Misty City became very lively. However, amidst this liveliness, there was also a sense of loneliness and silence. This was a banquet for Supremes. As soon as the news spread, almost all the Supremes of the 7th continent came. Normally, it was rare to see Supremes, but now, a group of them had gathered. Misty City also received them with great courtesy. Then, they chose 30 of them who had the highest chance of breaking through to the Undying Realm. As for the remaining Supremes, the people of Misty City didn't plan to let them go. Instead, they promised them many benefits. Misty City naturally wouldn't promise them benefits for no reason. Everyone knew the reason. Aside from a few cautious people who left, most of them chose to stay. Wasn't it just 3 people? Even if they had opportunities, they wouldn't be able to reach the supremacy realm in 1,000 years. So what if they reached the supremacy realm? This was a whole new realm. After reaching this realm, everyone would undergo a transformation. When they truly fought, they wouldn't fear anyone. There were still 600 years before Su Mengyaro and the others would break through the seal. Misty City had already made preparations for the battle. In the following 600 years, they continued to replenish their fighting strength. A month later, Mount Supreme opened under the witness of everyone. Shimon Lu led the other Supremes into Mount Supreme. Go, bring him back. As a cold voice rang out, a door appeared in the air above a mountain range. A woman in azure robes that resembled an azure lotus flew out from the door while standing on an azure dragon. I won't let anything happen to you. The azure-clothed woman's eyes were filled with determination. She stepped on the azure dragon and flew towards the nearby teleportation array. The dragon's roar resounded, and the dragon's might spread out, causing the birds and beasts to flee in fear. After so many years, I've finally heard news of you. In the Jianwu continent, there was a mysterious region. In this region, there was a very bright moon. The moon hung in the sky all day long. At this moment, a woman shrouded in hazy moonlight slowly walked out from the moon. Beside her was a snow-white little mouse. Squeak, squeak, with us here, Zichen will definitely be fine. When we get there, I'll dig up all the treasures there and avenge everyone. The little white mouse said. In these several hundred years, Dongqing had never stopped. She went from one city to another, from one region to another. She had experienced many things and suffered many hardships. She had been chased by people, and she had been teased by young masters. None of these things could stop her from moving forward. As she passed through the continents, she saw the prosperity of each continent and encountered one powerhouse after another. The Jianwu continent had 9 continents, but these 9 continents were divided into 9 levels according to their resources. The names of the continents were based on the levels. As she moved forward, she saw more and more powerhouses. Dongqing, who had broken into the mystic world, gradually became more and more strenuous. This was a realm that could call the wind and summon the rain in the 9th mainland, but as she went deeper, she was bullied. Because she was too focused on passing the news, her cultivation speed was not fast. Go to the 7th mainland and see the truth. See if it's the person mentioned in the news. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. It was originally a small battle, but because of Dongqing's words, it became a big deal. Almost all the forces in the Jianwu continent paid attention to it. And for the first time, Zichen's name spread across the Jianwu continent. Although they had never seen this person before, everyone was already familiar with Zichen's name. Even if in the eyes of some people, this name was just a joke. Whether it was intentional or not, the 9 continents all paid attention to the 7th mainland, Misty City. This also indirectly increased the fame of Misty City. Right now, there were too many powerhouses gathered in Misty City. This matter has attracted the attention of many forces. We have to be careful. It's said that Zichen has many friends in the lower realms. Those friends aren't weak. That's right. It's said that everyone has the potential to become a sovereign. We have to be careful. Of course it's not wrong to be careful, but don't worry too much about it. This matter has become so big that the main family is already unhappy. Furthermore, they sent powerhouses to guard this place. I believe that even if Zichen dares to come back, he will definitely die. Wait a little longer. Our people will come out from Mount Supreme. Perhaps they will bring us good news. The powerhouses of Misty City once again sat together to discuss while waiting for Shimen Lu and the others to return. Shimen Lu and the others finally returned when there was only 100 years left. When they returned, they released an extremely powerful aura around them. 33 of the 36 who went out returned. Except for the 5 who did not get the opportunity, the rest released an aura that only undying sovereigns could have. The arrival of so many undying sovereigns shook the entire city. Seeing so many undying sovereigns, Misty City couldn't wait for time to pass faster so that 1,000 years would pass faster. At this point, not being able to find Zichen in Mount Supreme was already a very small matter. There was only 100 years left until the seal was broken. Misty City was already prepared. There were too many powerhouses gathered in the city. The entire Misty City had completely let down their guard. With such a battle prowess, they were already starting to worry about Zichen. They were worried that after 1,000 years, when Zichen suddenly came here and saw so many supreme beings, he would be so scared that he would run away. There were too many powerhouses in the city. There were dozens of undying sovereigns, not to mention ordinary sovereigns. Such a huge force was enough to destroy an entire region. As the 1,000 years approached, more and more cultivators rushed to Misty City. These people were all curious and purely came to watch the battle. Among the crowd, there were many unfamiliar faces. These faces were faintly emitting auras that made one's heart palpitate. They came with killing intent, but they weren't prepared to make a move immediately. In the entire Misty City, all the guest rooms were full. Outside the city, there were even many buildings. But even so, there was still a shortage of lodging. In the blink of an eye, another 90 years had passed. There were only 10 years left until the 1,000 years. Zichen wouldn't arrive in 1,000 years. Within these 10 years, it was very likely that he would appear. Chapter 1844. Although Mount Supreme looked like a towering mountain, it was actually boundless and contained all kinds of spatial zones. Even Supremes had to be careful when they entered. Finding a person here was like finding a needle in a haystack. It was extremely difficult. After the group of Supremes entered, they didn't find any traces of Zichen's group. Shimon Lu wasn't disheartened, as this was within his expectations. Perhaps the three of them had already died somewhere else. In the canyon that only Radio Meng knew about, Zichen advanced through the second section of the hurricane. The second section of the hurricane was already very terrifying, but it also allowed Zichen's cultivation to rise quickly. After adapting to the second stage of the hurricane, Zichen's physical body had undoubtedly improved by a large margin. In his world, the low hills from before had also grown little by little as the world changed, becoming towering and majestic. The places that used to contain the World Emperor Stone had now become large mineral veins. These mineral veins were deep underground, and only Zichen could clearly sense them. All the rocks here were filled with spiritual energy. If one used great magic power to refine these rocks, they would be able to be refined into special weapons. And the quality of these weapons would be at least earth weapons. In this world, the number of spiritual objects gradually increased. Aside from some spiritual flowers and spiritual insects, there were also some small spiritual beasts. The world's area was no longer growing, and it was transforming towards perfection. This was the most crucial step in the path of cultivation in the future. If the comprehension of the laws wasn't complete, then it would lead to the world being incomplete. During this period, various bottlenecks would appear, preventing the world from evolving. Once the world reached its limit, it would produce a kind of energy. This energy was the origin energy produced after the world was formed. It was the purest energy produced by the world. Of course, in other words, this energy was called the sovereign's strength, or the sovereign's origin energy. The sovereign's origin energy would reconstruct the body, allowing one to become a sovereign. The first realm of a sovereign was the origin energy sovereign. The second realm was the undying sovereign. This realm was known as the undying sovereign. This realm was known as the undying sovereign. It possessed unimaginable vitality. Under normal circumstances, the undying sovereign was a true expert, whether it was in the martial war continent or the martial heaven continent. Time was of the essence for Zichen. After familiarizing himself with the second section of the hurricane, he headed towards the first section. During this period, Zichen stayed even longer. Inside his body, the transformed spirit realm's power was constantly increasing, and the entire world was evolving toward perfection. Other than the fact that no humans had evolved in this world, various unknown spirit beasts and spirit birds had also appeared frequently. His world became full of vitality. Spirit flowers were everywhere, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. It was like a beautiful and quiet world. A large amount of spiritual energy was poured into this world, and the little beasts in this world began to grow. In addition, some of the mountain rocks gradually began to fluctuate with soul power. As time passed, when these mountain souls with spiritual intelligence awakened, they would have a unified name, and that was higher life forms. And Zichen was undoubtedly the master of this world. While enduring the ravages of the hurricane, Zichen also sensed the changes in the world around him. Gradually, he gained a profound insight. The changes in the world had finally reached a limit. The entire world had begun to take shape, and at the same time, a mysterious power appeared in the depths of the world. This was a more condensed and purer power that came from the depths of the world. At the same time, it was also a power of a higher quality. After this power appeared, the aura around Zichen's body suddenly changed, becoming even stronger. The appearance of a world's origin was closely related to one's own world. The more perfect the world was, the the purer and more powerful the origin of the world would be. On the contrary, the origin of the world would be very heterogeneous, and the quantity would be very small. Zichen's world was almost perfect. It had all kinds of laws, and even the laws of heaven and earth that were rarely seen. A world formed by so many laws was naturally a perfect world. Under such circumstances, the supreme power of Zichen's world was unimaginable. After this power appeared, it automatically rushed out of the world and began to revolve around Zichen's body, condensing his body. The hurricane's power was still wreaking havoc, but with the appearance of this origin, the hurricane's power was completely blocked. At this moment, Zichen's feeling was like a thirsty traveler in the desert who saw a sumptuous meal and sweet spring water. He was enjoying it to his heart's content. His body was absorbing the origin of the world to its heart's content. At the same time, his entire body was being transformed by the origin of the world, becoming even more valiant. This could be considered as a rebirth, an opportunity to cleanse one's meridians and marrow. It was something that only sector lords could do when they stepped into the Supreme Being realm. Under normal circumstances, the amount of origin energy that an ordinary sector lord could use to enter the Supreme Being realm was too little. This was because it depended on the size of the world and the laws of the world. This kind of origin that could be used to condense the body, in the beginning, was calculated in droplets. However, in Zichen's world, the origin of the world that was formed at the beginning was like a spring, constantly spewing out pure origin energy. The origin energy condensed the body again, and the body that absorbed the origin energy became even stronger. This degree of strength had greatly surpassed that of an adult Supreme Being beast. To have such a strong physique, other than the origin energy, Zichen's perfect body also played a significant role. When the origin energy stopped refining the body, Zichen's body had already reached its limit. This was probably the first person in history who had refined his body to the limit and still had so much origin energy. As the refinement ended, new origin energy would appear from all parts of the world. This new origin energy would be called the Supreme Being's power. Boom! Around Zichen, as the new origin energy appeared, a powerful aura surged, and a terrifying pressure spread in all directions. Supreme Being. A whole new realm. Zichen finally stepped in. The moment he broke into the Supreme Being realm, the surrounding hurricanes no longer had the slightest effect on Zichen, and Zichen also sensed the power and terror of a Supreme Being. Sensing his own body, he could imagine that the Supreme Being he killed must have used very little origin energy when he condensed his body before breaking into the Supreme Being realm. If the Supreme Being had condensed his entire body, Zichen could not break the Supreme Being's body at all with only the destructive rules of the empty realm. After breaking through, he estimated that only 900 years had passed. Therefore, Zichen got up and walked to the deepest part of the world curiously. That was the place where the hurricanes were produced, and he wanted to see what was going on. During this period, there was still a lot of origin energy circulating in the sky above Zichen's world. Those were the origins that were first produced and used to refine the body. Because it was too vast, after Zichen's body was refined to a limit, the rest returned to Zichen's world. These origin energies were obviously different from the ones that were formed later, and the two sides could not merge. This was the original origin, and for a Supreme Being, it was priceless. Zichen's heart skipped a beat as he thought of his imperial weapons. Perhaps there would be unexpected changes after infusing them with the origin energies. Therefore, Zichen threw the imperial weapons into the origin energies one by one. If this scene was seen by others, they would definitely be heartbroken because those origin energies would only appear once. Even if there were abundant origin energies, they would be used to condense the strongest weapons. It was too wasteful to condense all the weapons like Zichen did. However, Zichen had enough origin energies left, so he did not care about such a small amount. Zichen threw the long saber and the scabbard into the origin energies. The origin energies entered the scabbard and into the long saber. Buzz. Suddenly, the scabbard began to tremble, erupting with rays of black light, and began to tremble in the origin energies. Zichen, who was about to enter the depths of the canyon, suddenly stopped. His figure flashed, and he entered his own world. Here, the scabbard was constantly trembling. After Zi Chen entered, he immediately sensed a connection between himself and the scabbard. The scabbard was still the original scabbard, and the origin energies did not change its quality. However, as the origin energies entered, the scabbard seemed to have recognized its master, and Zi Chen sensed the existence of the scabbard. However, in Zi Chen's perception, the origin energies did not enter the depths of the scabbard. It seemed to have encountered some obstruction in the middle. Even the origin energies of a supreme being could not enter. Zi Chen clearly sensed the extraordinariness of the scabbard. With a thought, the long saber automatically unsheathed itself. The long saber, which was still an imperial weapon, began to undergo obvious changes under the infusion of the origin energies. After these changes stopped, the origin energies still did not dissipate. With a thought, Zi Chen took out the dragon spike that he had not used for a long time and threw it directly into the scabbard. The dragon spike was a weapon once used by a supreme saint. It was very extraordinary. Unfortunately, this weapon was damaged because of the death of the supreme saint of the starry sky. It was only equivalent to a king weapon. Zi Chen had not used it when he was a realm lord. Now, with the origin energies, he might be able to repair it in a simple way. Just as Zi Chen used the origin energies to repair the saint weapon, the monk and the demonic ape, who had also reached the first stage of the hurricane, also had origin energies appear on their bodies. The two began to use the origin energies to refine their bodies and were about to break through to the supreme being realm. Now that the three of them had broken through, it was naturally time for them to return. Zi Chen, who originally thought that it would be over quickly, did not expect that repairing the dragon spike would take dozens of years. During these dozens of years, he also entered a meditative state to comprehend the supreme being realm. When Zi Chen regained consciousness, he saw the monk and the demonic ape. The two of them looked very anxious. Seeing Zi Chen open his eyes, the monk immediately said, "You're finally awake. If you didn't wake up, we would have left first." Zi Chen quivered and asked, "How long has it been?" "It's going to be 1,000 years soon. Let's go quickly." Without bothering to explain in detail, the three of them immediately took out the things that Hua Meng had given them. After crushing them, their figures disappeared. When they reappeared, the three of them were outside Mount Supreme. Chapter 1845. 1,000 years had passed, and the entire Misty City was filled with people. Almost all of them were here to join in the fun and witness the battle of 1,000 years. The number of people paying attention to the battle had reached the highest level in the history of Misty City. This was something that the forces of Misty City had never expected. Just 3 people had attracted so many people to watch the battle. Furthermore, there was no lack of undying sovereigns among the cultivators who had come this time. The arrival of these people made Misty City even more prosperous. However, it also made the people of Misty City much more cautious. During this time, the formation around the statue had been reinforced. Apart from that, there were also 8 supreme beings guarding the statue day and night to prevent any accidents from happening. As the time of 1,000 years approached, the plaza of Misty City had become a forbidden area that forbade outsiders from entering. Let's see if those 3 still dare to come this time. Shimen Lu, who was already an undying sovereign, stood on top of a tall building and looked down at the statue below. His eyes flashed with a cold light. This time, in order to deal with Zi Chen and the other 2, the entire Misty City was prepared for battle and had recruited many supreme beings. Not to mention that it was impossible for the 3 of them to break through to the supreme being realm. Even if they did, they would definitely die. However, the confident Shimen Lu did not notice that a young man had silently appeared among the layers of formations. The young man raised his head and looked at the statue. Around the statue, the void gate was wide open. Endless void energy descended from the sky and swarmed towards the statue. "Looks like they're about to break through." The young man revealed a smile and said, "That's good too. Who knows, they might even be able to participate in the battle." After saying that, the young man's figure flashed and disappeared, easily passing through the layers of formations. The instant the young man disappeared, a young man in black clothes walked in from outside the city. The young man's expression was cold, and he emitted a cold aura. Wherever he passed, everyone would retreat. A woman in green clothes stood outside the plaza and looked at the statue. On her wrist was a green jade bracelet in the shape of a dragon. He should be here soon. A white kitten stood on the shoulder of a woman in red clothes and looked at the statue. Her red lips parted slightly as she said, 1,000 years have passed. He will definitely come. In another place, a little white mouse said, these days, I have already explored a few places with a lot of spirit energy. If I have the chance, I will go and devour that spirit energy. The woman, who seemed to be shrouded in a hazy veil, gently nodded. Her eyes were a little absent-minded, as if she was absent-minded. This time, Misty City has made thorough preparations. I wonder if that Zi Chen dares to come. Rumor has it that he dared to challenge Ji Zun in the Middle Realm. Now that 1,000 years have passed, he might have already broken into the spirit realm. So what if they break into the spiritual realm? Looking at the commotion caused by Misty City this time, even if they break into the supremacy realm, they might not be able to survive. Maybe he has already snuck in and was scared away when he saw so many people. Sounds of discussion could be heard from the crowd. When Dongqing returned and heard these discussions, the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. Last time, Zi Chen dared to use the strength of the Middle Realm to attack Misty City. Not to mention 1,000 years, even if Zi Chen did not break through, he would still come this time. However, what made Dongqing feel very strange was that after hearing Zi Chen's name, many of the experts in the crowd began to emit killing intent. And these people did not look like people from Misty City. 1,000 years have passed. Zi Chen, do you dare to appear? The seal is about to be broken. Zi Chen, if you don't appear, both Longhu Sovereign and Su Mengyaro will die. A cold voice suddenly came from the depths of Misty City. This was a provocation. They were very clear about Zi Chen's potential. He was too dangerous. If they did not take advantage of this opportunity to kill him, then Misty City would be in great danger in the future. Because the experts that they had gathered could not stay in Misty City forever. The rumbling voice spread throughout the entire Misty City. After hearing this voice, some people's faces were filled with anger. This time, both sides had completely fallen out. Whether it was Longhu Sovereign or Su Mengyaro, there was no way Misty City could stay. Zi Chen, do you not dare to appear? He must be scared out of his wits. Last time, he ran away in a panic. This time, he definitely won't dare to come. Another voice echoed and spread throughout Misty City. In the crowd, after hearing this voice, no one made any comments. From Misty City's point of view, this was the most sensible thing to do. As for Zi Chen, not appearing was the most sensible thing to do. But in the next moment, a voice came from outside the city and spread throughout the entire Misty City. Today, Misty City will disappear from the 7th mainland forever. This was a cold voice. The moment it sounded, it caused an uproar. Then, everyone released their spiritual senses and found that 3 people had appeared out of thin air outside the city. It's him. The moment the red-clothed woman sensed the 3 people's appearance, her delicate body trembled and ripples appeared on her beautiful face. It's indeed him. The little white cat with wings said, "You're finally here." The eyes of the green-clothed woman blossomed with dazzling brilliance, which directly attracted the attention of the surrounding people. The dragon-shaped jade bracelet on her wrist began to emit light, conveying a cheerful and excited expression. The misty woman's eyes became moist. After so many years, she finally saw him again. Squeak squeak, Zi Chen is still so handsome. The little mouse beside her jumped up and down. Zi Chen's appearance caused an uproar. Everyone soared into the sky and looked at the youth whose name had spread throughout the Zhonwu continent. He was very young and very handsome. Wearing a black robe, his back was straight as he walked towards Misty City step by step. At the same time, the entire city surged with cold killing intent as powerful Supreme Being auras were released. The moment the auras appeared, the 3 people led by Zi Chen also released their auras. As the 3 Supreme Being auras spread out, the entire city exclaimed, "Supreme Being!" In 1,000 years, Zi Chen and the other 2 had broken through to the Supreme Being realm from the empty realm in one fell swoop. Such a speed of breakthrough was almost godlike, shocking everyone. One had to know that ordinary people might not be able to break through to the Supreme Being realm in 10,000 years or even 100,000 years. To be able to break through in just 1,000 years, you're indeed something. A voice of admiration sounded from the crowd. That's not necessarily true. Maybe it's just that the world is too small and they've encountered some kind of opportunity. There's no benefit in breaking through quickly. Instead, it will greatly affect their combat strength. Someone retorted. Swoosh. Swoosh. With the appearance of the main characters, the powerhouses of Misty City naturally no longer held back. One by one, the Supreme Beings rushed out and charged towards Zichen and the other two. 1,000 years of preparation was just for today's battle. Looking at the Supreme Beings rushing out of the city, the monk said in dissatisfaction, "With our current strength, are we only qualified to deal with the Supreme Beings of origin? Why don't we send some undying Supreme Beings?" The monk was very dissatisfied, so he decided to attack. Everyone's original intention was to see what kind of tricks Zichen had up his sleeve. Who would have thought that before they saw Zichen make a move, they would see the monk make a move instead? At such a time when everyone was looking at him, the monk was also very happy to be in the limelight. He took a step forward and his entire body soared into the air. Buddhist light shone around his body. At this moment, the monk looked solemn. Golden light shone, and the Buddhist light shone brightly, covering the golden sun. Everyone's gazes had no choice but to move away from Zichen and land on the monk. A few smiles appeared in the crowd. This monk is still so fond of being in the limelight. A group of Supreme Beings rushed forward, their killing intent surging. Hum. The monk who was sitting cross-legged spoke. The first sound of the 6-syllable mantra turned into a strange force that shook in this direction. Under this force, the group of Supreme Beings felt as if they were seeing a huge and tragic battlefield. On the battlefield, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In the middle stood a demon. One after another, Supreme Beings fell in the process of charging towards the demon. Hum. The second sound rang out, and the group of Supreme Beings' minds were shaken. Their expressions became absent-minded as if a mysterious force had invaded their bodies. Hum. The third sound rang out, and the three sounds merged together, turning into a destructive force. When the Supreme Beings were 100 meters away from the monk, cracks suddenly appeared on their bodies. Rays of golden Buddhist light rushed out from the cracks, illuminating the surroundings. As they rushed forward, a painful expression appeared on the faces of these Supreme Beings. After another few dozen meters, their bodies exploded. The sky was filled with a rain of blood. The few Supreme Beings who rushed forward died in an instant, and they died without a complete corpse. The Misty City that was in an uproar suddenly quieted down. 8 Supreme Beings were killed in an instant. This kind of method was indeed shocking. Didn't they say that the strongest was Zichen? How could this monk kill Supreme Beings in an instant? Kill. Previously, it was just a test. It was impossible to scare the Misty City that had been preparing for 1,000 years. As Shimen Lu's cold voice rang out, 3 undying Supreme Beings rushed out of the city. Other than the 3 undying Supreme Beings, there were 20 other Supreme Beings. The 23 Supreme Beings rushed over. Seeing this scene, the monk's eyes immediately widened. He said in disbelief, "They are really Supreme Beings." 1,000 years ago, the Misty City only had a dozen Supreme Beings. Who would have thought that after 1,000 years, dozens of Supreme Beings would appear all of a sudden? What's the use of having so many Supreme Beings? Just kill them. Zichen smiled coldly. He rose into the air and rushed towards an undying Supreme Being. Because he was rushing forward, because he was too fast, he directly caused the air to explode. Die! In front of him, an undying Supreme Being rushed over and punched at Zichen. Zichen clenched his fist and counterattacked. Boom! Above the sky, a tremor rang out. The undying Supreme Being only felt a powerful force spread through his body from his fist. Then, a huge force hit his body, and his body flew backward. This time, he flew for a few thousand meters. In the process of flying backward, endless power poured into his body. The undying Supreme Being really couldn't bear the raging power of this force, and his body exploded with a bang. An undying Supreme Being exploded with a single punch. Boom. At the same time, the demon ape held a black rod and hit another undying Supreme Being. The undying Supreme Being's body exploded with a bang. Chapter 1846. The reason why the Undying Supremes were called undying was because of the undying source in their bodies. Chen and the others seemed to have destroyed their bodies, but as long as the undying source existed, the Supremes were immortal. Swoosh. At the place where the Supremes exploded, flames ignited. The flames were filled with rich vitality. This was the fire of life. The body of the Supremes who had exploded earlier was regenerating in the flames. This was the Undying Supremes. Similarly, the body of the Undying Supremes who had been destroyed by the demon ape also regenerated in the next moment. How could the Undying Supremes be so easy to kill? After their bodies were regenerated, the two Supremes laughed out loud. Their smiles were filled with pride and mockery. However, the others in the crowd couldn't laugh because from the beginning of the battle, neither Chen nor the demon ape had used too many methods. They had only used the power of their physical bodies. Their pure physical strength was enough to destroy the bodies of the two Undying Supremes. Under such circumstances, what could the Undying Supremes be proud of? Indeed, there was nothing to be proud of. Everyone even suspected that the two of them had done it on purpose. This was because the moment the Undying Supremes' bodies were regenerating, the two of them turned around and rushed towards the 20 Supremes. The demon ape rushed forward and arrived in front of one of the Supremes. The black staff in his hand was raised high. If it was said that the Supremes were caught off guard by the power of Monk's mantra when he attacked earlier, then the Supremes who were facing the demon ape now had enough time to react. Light lingered around his body as the power of the Supreme's origin appeared. First, it formed his own defense, then a sword of light appeared and pierced towards the demon ape's forehead. The black staff smashed down, causing the world to tremble. Bang! Under this momentum, the sword of light formed by the Supreme's origin energy exploded. The black staff was not blocked at all. It broke through the Supreme's defenses and then shattered their bodies. Under the circumstances where they were prepared, a Supremes who encountered the demon ape was instantly blown up. In another direction, Chen clenched his fist and punched through the Supreme's chest, extinguishing their vitality. While the two Undying Supremes were laughing, 6 of the 20 Supremes had already fallen. The other 14 launched fierce attacks at Chen and the demon ape. Their attacks landed on the two with great difficulty, but it was as if they had landed on steel. Clanging sounds rang out, but they couldn't even break through their defenses. Among the crowd, there were many young and indifferent figures. When Chen and the others had displayed their skills, they did not react at all. However, after seeing the two's physical bodies, they were moved. The two of them were not supreme beings, but their physical bodies were not weaker than supreme beings. If an ordinary supreme being were to encounter a supreme being beast, there would only be death awaiting them. Only those extremely special existences among humans could be compared to supreme beasts. Swish. 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 Chen's figure flickered. Light flickered beneath his feet as he began to teleport. Every time his figure flickered, he would appear behind or beside a supreme being and quickly strike a blow. After a single strike, Chen's figure disappeared and appeared in front of a second supreme being. Just like that, as his figure flickered, one supreme being after another fell down and died. It was a complete instant kill. Such a battle made the blood of the cultivators in the crowd boil. Powerful supreme beings were instantly killed. It seemed that such a scene was not seen in a battle with a foreign race. Shimon Lu saw the loss of these supreme beings, but he did not have any regret on his face. This time, in order to recruit other supreme beings, they had used up almost all the resources that Misty City had collected over the years. However, those resources had yet to be redeemed. The more supreme beings that died now, the less they would need to redeem later. In any case, they were not their own supreme beings, so it didn't matter if more died. It seemed that it was because of this that none of the 20 supreme beings returned alive. As for the 3 undying supreme beings, they survived unscathed, but their faces were ashen. Because the 3 undying supreme beings were completely crushed by the 3 supreme beings of the origin. Kill. Perhaps it was because of the reduced losses, but a faint smile appeared on the corner of Shimen Lu's mouth, and then he waved his hand. This time, several people jumped up, but they were no longer supreme beings of the origin, but undying supreme beings. Now, they had already seen that Zi Chen and the other two could not do anything to the undying supreme beings, but they could kill the supreme beings of the origin. It was obviously impossible to send another supreme being to fight. No one would be stupid enough to throw their lives away. 5 undying supreme beings rushed up, displaying their strongest strength. Zi Chen and the other two were fighting against 8 undying supreme beings. Too few. Demon Ape smiled coldly, and his body suddenly grew bigger. The black staff in his hand was like a pillar that supported the sky, sweeping forward. The black staff was filled with powerful energy. Anyone who touched the black staff would immediately explode. However, after the body shattered, it would quickly regenerate. Facing such an undying supreme being, without some special means, it was impossible to kill it. When the battle began, a single demon ape could deal with 8 undying supreme beings. Kill. Shimen Lu waved his hand again, and a few more supreme beings rushed up. One of them raised his hand and struck out. The sky trembled, and a huge palm print fell from the sky, exuding a terrifying power. This was the palm strike of the undying supreme being, and its power was not weaker than the terrifying palm strike that almost killed Zi Chen and the other two 1,000 years ago. But after 1,000 years, this palm strike could no longer display its powerful power in front of Zi Chen. Zi Chen raised his hand to the sky and pointed out a finger. A golden lightning sword chi pierced into the sky and pierced towards the palm print. Poof! The palm print was instantly pierced through by the sword chi, and a small hole appeared. Then, the palm print dissipated with a bang. Swoosh! Then, Zi Chen's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of an undying supreme being, and punched towards the other party's heart. The undying supreme being reached out to block. The undying supreme being's origin power lingered between his hands, and a shield materialized from the light of energy appeared. Boom! The powerful punch landed, and the shield suddenly trembled before exploding. Then, the fist light landed directly on the undying supreme being's chest. A powerful energy surged, and the other party was sent flying, coughing up blood. Zi Chen didn't kill the other party with this punch, but he did force the other party back. Then, Zi Chen's figure flashed, and he kept punching. Bang! Bang! Zi Chen attacked repeatedly, and the undying supreme beings were sent flying one after another. But after the undying supreme beings had a defense, Zi Chen could no longer break their bodies. Before Zi Chen and the other two entered the city, they were blocked by many undying supreme beings. The energy between heaven and earth kept surging, and a powerful aura shook and spread, and a pressure swept out. The spectators cheered. After 1,000 years of waiting, they were not disappointed. They finally saw a battle that was hard to come by in tens of thousands of years. As the rumors said, Zi Chen's battle strength was unparalleled. At this moment, he was fighting against several undying supreme beings, but he didn't show any signs of defeat. Moreover, his attacks were strong and active. The monk and the demon ape weren't weak either. The two of them fought against several undying supreme beings with ease. The battle continued. Although Zi Chen and the others hadn't entered the city yet, they were definitely in the upper hand in the battle. A group of ignorant people cheered, feeling that they had seen a battle that was hard to come by in tens of thousands of years. However, some insiders shook their heads when they saw this scene. Misty City's preparations were obviously more than this. The three of them seemed powerful, but they were blocked by the undying supreme beings. They couldn't even enter the city. Although the seal on the statue had a self-protection function, everyone knew that when the seal was about to dissipate, this protection would disappear. If the three of them couldn't take advantage of this time to enter the square and protect the statue, the two of them would definitely die. Once the two of them died, the remaining experts of Misty City would swarm forward and kill Zi Chen and the other two. The difference between an undying supreme being and an origin supreme being was that, in addition to their immortality, they could mobilize more origin energy, which was almost endless. However, an origin supreme being couldn't do that. The origin energy in their body was limited. Moreover, Zi Chen and the other two seemed to have just broken through, so they didn't have much origin energy in their body. Although they seemed to have the upper hand now, as the consumption increased, the three of them would die sooner or later. After seeing the relationship between the two of them, many people in the crowd sneered. Shimin Lu was completely relieved. He seemed very satisfied with the current battle. Then, he glanced at the statue again, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Calculating the time, it was time for the statue to unseal itself. At this moment, the space around the statue began to distort crazily. The array that was previously set up by the array master was forcibly revealed. Bang! Bang! A terrifying force came out of the distorted space. This force tore the array apart, and the statue appeared in front of everyone. Unlike what they imagined, the statue was crazily absorbing the energy in the void. The statue had reached its limit. How can this be? Shimin Lu was very puzzled. However, this wasn't the time to delve into it. He waved his hand again, and then said to the outside of the city, Zi Chen, the statue is beginning to unseal itself. All the defensive means will dissipate. I'll break the statue now. Let's see if you can save yourself. Zi Chen pushed back an undying supreme being and looked up at the city. His sharp gaze fell on Shimin Lu like a sharp blade. From Zi Chen's eyes, Shimin Lu saw anger, madness, and unwillingness. He laughed proudly. Kaka! Kaka! A series of noises came from the statue, and cracks appeared on the statue. Go, break the statue. Shimin Lu smiled proudly, as if he could see Zi Chen's crazy expression. The group of origin supreme beings flashed toward the statue. Outside, the group of undying supreme beings began to launch a fierce counterattack. For a time, Zi Chen and the other two were suppressed and couldn't help. When many people saw this scene, they couldn't help but shake their heads. This battle was completely over. Chapter 1847. Shimin Lu's laughter echoed throughout the entire Misty City. His laughter was filled with pride. This time, in order to deal with Zi Chen and the other two, Misty City had lost too many benefits. It was not an exaggeration to say that they had gone bankrupt. Fortunately, their goal was finally achieved. As long as their great enemy was dead, Misty City would eventually rise again. In a trance, Shimin Lu seemed to see Zi Chen's desperate expression and hear his unwilling roars and shouts. In fact, all of this was Shimin Lu's arrogant fantasy. Zi Chen had only glanced at Shimin Lu from the beginning to the end. Moreover, the two of them were so far away. Whether he saw Shimin Lu or not was another matter. At this moment, the Origin Supremes were rushing towards the statue. Whether it was Zi Chen, the monk, or the demon ape, they did not have much of an expression. If one really wanted to see something from their eyes, it would be the disdain and mockery in the depths of their eyes. Kaya's sharp sword Qi suddenly appeared from the crowd. With an unparalleled sword intent, it flew towards the Origin Supremes in the sky. This scene appeared very abruptly, catching everyone off guard. Puff! Puff! Wherever the sword Qi passed, the two Origin Supremes did not even have time to react. They were directly cut in half at the waist. The sword intent extinguished their vitality. Such a scene caused everyone's expression to change. They all looked towards the place where the sword Qi came from. That was a restricted area close to the plaza. A red-clothed woman stood there. Her features were beautiful, her skin so delicate it seemed like it would break with a single blow. Her bright eyes were filled with ice-cold killing intent as she stared at the approaching supreme beings in the sky. She was a beautiful woman, but one could also add the word extremely in front of her. Not only was she extremely beautiful, but she was also an Origin Supreme. Because of the woman in red's appearance, the cultivators who subconsciously stood close to her had already run away in fear. This was not only because she had killed two Supremes, but also because she was standing on the opposite side of Misty City. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the woman in red. On the contrary, the winged white cat on her shoulder was directly ignored. Who dares to behave atrociously in Misty City? Such an unforeseen event caused Shimin Lu's face to turn gloomy as he roared. However, it would have been better if he hadn't shouted. As soon as he shouted, he saw a few more attacks soaring into the sky from several other directions. One of the beams of green light shot toward the prime origin in the sky like a green waterfall. The origin supremacy sensed a threat from the green light. His expression changed, and he formed an origin defense around himself. Bang! The origin source's defense shattered, and the green light swept through the origin source's body. The origin source lost its vitality and fell to the ground. Previously, the azure light had split into two and landed on the two origin supremes, killing them both. Aside from the azure light, a bridge completely conjured from moonlight appeared on the other side. One end of the bridge appeared in the crowd, while the other landed in front of the origin sovereigns. The next moment, everyone saw a woman shrouded in a hazy light walk onto the moonlight bridge. Her footsteps were very slow, and everyone could see each step clearly. Her light and graceful steps were as if she was taking a stroll while admiring the flowers. She appeared calm and unhurried. However, her speed was extremely fast. Almost instantly, she reached the end of the bridge. Like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, she waved her jade-like hands forward. A hazy moonlight scattered forward. The moonlight seemed soft, like a transparent veil, but it contained a powerful force. The origin sovereigns were sent flying. As they flew, they all coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The series of unforeseen events stunned everyone. 3 people appeared to block the path. Not only were they 3 supremes, but they were also 3 beautiful female supremes. One was as red as fire and surged with sword intent. Her eyes were cold and sharp. One was like a fairy who walked out of the moonlight. She was hazy and made people's imagination run wild. One was as pure and clean as a green lotus, untainted by the mud. The 3 women's appearances were about the same, but they each had their own temperament. While everyone was shocked by the 3 women's appearances, they were even more shocked by their strength. Moreover, the 3 women clearly knew each other. After looking at each other and smiling, the entire Misty City seemed to have lost its original brilliance. This was a strange change that made it difficult for others to react. At this moment, a panicked voice sounded. They are Zichen's confidants. They are here to cause trouble. The one in red is Wang Xian, the one in cyan is Lin Shui, and the one on the moonlight bridge is Shangguan Yu. This voice sounded very abruptly, and it was filled with nervousness and panic. When everyone heard the meaning of the voice, their expressions became very complicated. 4 such beauties, even if they were favored by one of them, they would die without regrets. And Zichen was favored by the 3 women, which made the male cultivators below feel a strong sense of bitterness and jealousy. Kill them all. Shimen Lu shouted coldly. It couldn't be better if they could catch all of them in one fell swoop today. Swoosh. But everything was not over yet. The void suddenly broke open, and a ray of light flashed in front of an origin sovereign. The head of the origin sovereign immediately flew up. The broken void immediately healed, without the slightest ripple. The sovereign's face was full of astonishment. He didn't even know what had happened. Swoosh. Behind another supreme being, the void split open. No one appeared, only a beam of light. The light pierced through the sovereign's back. When he mobilized all his vitality to turn around, he didn't see anything. All his strength was immediately sucked out, and he fell to the ground. Swoosh. The light flashed again, and the 3 sovereigns died, but no one saw what it was. Was it a human or a beast? The group of sovereigns was very frightened. 3 of them died, but they didn't see who the opponent was. It's Zhong Haotian. He's an assassin who specializes in assassination. The previous voice sounded again, and there was a tremor in his voice. Retreat, undying sovereign. Shimen Lu's voice sounded again. The group of origin sovereigns began to retreat, but in the process of retreating, another 2 origin sovereigns died. Powerful energy surged, and the undying sovereigns rushed forward. The origin sovereigns, who were rarely seen, became the targets of slaughter. The powerful undying sovereigns also appeared in groups. A group of sovereigns appeared and rushed towards the 3 women, and 2 of them went towards the statue. Swoosh. Zhong Haotian, who was hiding in the dark, appeared and attacked one of the undying sovereigns. The latter's mouth curled into a cold smile, and he turned around and attacked the void. However, before the smile on his face disappeared, a sharp blade appeared behind him. Behind the blade, a black-robed young man appeared for the first time. The young man's expression was cold, and his eyes were cold. Bang! On the sharp blade, a terrifying energy surged, and the Undying Sovereign's body exploded. Go to hell! The second Undying Sovereign's attack landed on Zhong Haotian, but his body disappeared in an instant like a shadow. The Undying Sovereign's attack missed. Before he could sense where the target was, he felt a pain in his back, and a sharp blade pierced through his chest. This! The Undying Sovereign's eyes widened to the limit, and his face was filled with disbelief. Bang! In the next moment, his body exploded. Exploding didn't mean death. Soon, the two sovereigns regrouped, but they had already lost track of Zhong Haotian. Just as the two of them were in a daze, another person's body exploded. Another Zhong Haotian had appeared silently and killed two Undying Sovereigns. That sneaky way of assassination was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Let's go and kill them. With the two Undying Sovereigns defeated, the group of Undying Sovereigns on the other side couldn't do anything to the three women. Shimin Lu couldn't sit still anymore. He left the command area and led the other powerful beings towards the statue. There was clearly something wrong with the statue. Under such circumstances, they could only break it and deal with the two of them first. Once Su Mengyaro and Longhu woke up, their fighting strength might not be any weaker than the rest. Shimin Lu led several Undying Sovereigns and a group of Origin Sovereigns forward. As he was moving forward, a sword chi swept over with a cold sword will. Scram! He roared out and punched out. A terrifying fist light landed on the sword chi. The energy exploded, and the sword chi was destroyed. However, Shimin Lu's body was pushed back dozens of meters. As an Undying Sovereign, he was pushed back by an Origin Sovereign. Moreover, it was a woman. This made Shimin Lu feel embarrassed. However, at this moment, he didn't act on impulse. He waved his hand and signaled two more Undying Sovereigns. He could see that these people who dared to cause trouble at this moment were all geniuses. Each of them had the strength to fight above their level. Now, only the Undying Sovereigns could completely suppress them. Swoosh! A moonlight bridge was placed in front of Shimin Lu. A woman who looked like a moon fairy came in front of Shimin Lu in an instant. Boom! Shimin Lu formed a seal with his hands. A violent aura emerged from his body, and a powerful energy blasted forward. The moonlight energy turned into a moon and blocked in front of the moon fairy. The energy was violent. The moon fairy's body was pushed back lightly and landed in the center of the moonlight bridge. As for Shimin Lu, he was pushed back hundreds of meters. Damn it! He cursed. His face was so gloomy that it seemed like it could drip water. Without his command, another Undying Sovereign stepped onto the bridge and charged towards Shangguan Yu'er. However, the Undying Sovereign who had just stepped onto the bridge fell off the bridge in the next moment. As for Shimin Lu, he successfully bypassed the moonlight bridge and rushed towards the statue with the others. During this time, Zhong Haotian's figure appeared and almost crippled Shimin Lu. The latter broke out in a cold sweat and accelerated again. At this moment, Shimin Lu seemed to be leading a group of subordinates to break through. During this time, he encountered all kinds of obstacles. Every time, Shimin Lu had to send some of his subordinates to stop these people. His goal was very clear. He wanted to break the statue. Lin Shui turned into a green light and blocked in front of Shimin Lu. Both sides collided with energy. Lin Shui retreated and went to stop the other Undying Sovereigns. Below, cries of surprise rose and fell. Shimin Lu would be pushed back every time he fought. However, compared to those geniuses, he was still much weaker. He couldn't keep his face straight. However, after layers of obstacles, he finally reached the statue with difficulty. Chapter 1848. After several sieges, Shimin Lu arrived at the statue with great difficulty. He thought that he could destroy the statue easily, but suddenly, he saw a storm in front of him. In the storm, a kitten turned into a big tiger in the blink of an eye. It was a white tiger with wings. Its body was surging with a fierce aura, and its big eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. This is the flying divine tiger. Seeing this scene, Shimin Lu was completely stunned. This was an existence that was stronger than ordinary higher life forms. It was comparable to a supreme beast. When the people below saw this scene, they all exclaimed, "A supreme beast! A true supreme beast had actually appeared." Die. The flying divine tiger, who had revealed its true form, had cold murderous intent in its eyes. It raised its claws and slapped at Shimen Lu. A powerful force fell on Shimen Lu's body. Shimen Lu's body trembled in the sky, and his whole body was sent flying, and in the process of flying, cracks appeared on his body, and finally, he exploded with a loud bang. As Shimen Lu's body exploded, the flying divine tiger's gaze turned to the other Origin Supremes. The aura that it emitted made people's hearts tremble. The group of Origin Supremes subconsciously stopped. Fear appeared on their faces, and they turned around and started to run. Even though they were already supreme beings, before a supreme being beast like the flying divine tiger, their fighting strength was simply insufficient. The flying divine tiger turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the Origin Supremes. The flying divine tiger rushed forward and left the statue. In the distance, Shimen Lu, whose body had exploded, reassembled his body. Seeing that the statue was empty, a look of joy appeared on his face. He quickly looked around and saw that Zichen's friends had their own opponents at the moment. They did not care about him at all. Around the statue, energy was still swirling. The statue was emitting a strong vitality. Obviously, the seal was about to be broken. "It's impossible for you to come out." Shimen Lu smiled coldly and rushed towards the statue in front of him. In the process of rushing forward, there were occasional exclamations from below. Shimen Lu did not pay attention to these exclamations at first. He was clearly unhappy. It was nothing more than killing some Origin Supremes. What was the fuss about? These Supremes had all taken the initiative to come. They were considered as thugs. If they died, then so be it. He did not feel any heartache. On the contrary, there were not many Source Sovereigns in Misty City this time. As they approached the statue, the exclamations grew louder and louder. "What is that? It looks like a dragon." "Dragon, a green dragon, it's the Azure Dragon." "Heavens, it really is the Azure Dragon." The exclamations from the crowd grew louder and louder. When the sound reached Shimen Lu's ears, his expression changed slightly. However, he did not know what had happened. As he continued to move forward, he felt an unusual aura. Then, he saw a green Eastern divine dragon circling above the statue. That majestic dragon head was only a dozen meters away from him. That dragon's eyes emitted a cold intent. Shimen Lu's eyes widened to the limit. His face was full of shock. He actually saw an Azure Dragon. Roar! The Azure Dragon was the barbaric dragon that Zichen had brought back from the ancient road. At this moment, as the barbaric dragon opened its mouth, a resonant dragon roar filled with penetrating power transformed into sound waves that reverberated towards the Shimen road ahead. Layers of defenses appeared around Shimen Lu. When he saw the Azure Dragon, he started retreating on his own accord. Boom! In the next moment, the Azure Dragon left the statue. The dragon's tail swayed, and the space began to distort wildly. The dragon's tail broke through the space and arrived in front of Shimen Lu. The defenses around his body shattered. The dragon's tail hit Shimen Lu's body. Another earth-shaking sound rang out, and Shimen Lu's body directly exploded. The dragon's might spread, and a resonant dragon's roar resounded. The Azure Dragon circled above the entire statue, protecting it. At this point in the battle, almost all of Zichen's people had appeared. Every one of them was at the Origin Supreme Realm, and every one of them had extraordinary combat strength. The cheers in the crowd never stopped. The expressions of those figures with cold and indifferent expressions also gradually changed. "Senior brother, is all of this true?" In the crowd, a young man with a long sword on his back said with a face full of disbelief, "Senior Sister Xian is already a direct disciple of our sword sect. She has great potential. It's normal for her to be able to fight against undying sovereigns. But why are her friends so strong?" The young man wanted to know, and the senior brother beside him was also the same. His original intention was to help Xian when she was in danger, like a hero saving a damsel in distress. But after seeing the combat strength of the people who appeared, his expression became very complicated, and he became very speechless. If a supreme beast was strong enough to fight against someone of a higher level, then everyone who appeared at this moment was equivalent to a supreme beast. Amidst the continuous exclamations, the figures of the origin sovereigns had disappeared from the battlefield. These people were either dead or had escaped from the battlefield. Boom! Terrifying energy vibrated, and several undying sovereigns were sent flying. Zichen flew towards the city, and the monk and the demon ape followed closely on his left and right. At the same time, the others also moved closer to the statue. At this moment, on the battlefield, except for Zichen and the other origin sovereigns, everyone who participated in the battle was an undying sovereign. Zichen came to the square and saw a familiar face. There was an unconcealable excitement on his face. "You're all here," Zichen said. "Your name has spread throughout the Zhonwu continent. We had to come even if we didn't want to." Wang Xiana smiled and walked straight over, holding Zichen's arm without hesitation. In the crowd, many people's faces changed, and a strong sense of bitterness arose in their hearts. Zichen, who was very smart, immediately understood the meaning of Wang Xiana's words. All of this was because of Dongqing. As he released his spiritual thoughts, he sensed Dongqing's location. Because she had to send the news, she had delayed her cultivation and did not break through. "We heard about what happened to you, so we hurried to find opportunities. Fortunately, we managed to break through at this time." A rare smile appeared on Zhong Haotian's face. Zichen nodded. The battle was imminent, and he couldn't talk to everyone one by one. He could only sweep his eyes around. The azure dragon was circling above the statue, and the heavenly tiger was standing on Su Mengyao's shoulder. On the other side was the spirit-devouring rat, but the latter was purely there to make up the numbers. It had not broken through to the supremacy level yet, and as long as it was affected by the undying supremacy, it would die instantly. The arrival of everyone surprised Zichen, and it was a great surprise that all of them had broken through to the supremacy level. He, who was originally confident that he could destroy Ethereal City, was now even more confident. His eyes became cold again, and Zichen looked at the undying supremacies. There were more than 40 of them. More than 40 undying supremacies gathered in Ethereal City. Zichen wondered if all the undying supremacies of the Seventh Mainland were gathered here. But so what if they were undying supremacies? Undying didn't mean that they were truly immortal. Zichen had already seen the fall of an undying supremacy when he was in the human realm. He took a step forward, and the aura around him surged like a peerless beast. He looked at the undying supremacies and said coldly, "This is a grudge between me and Ethereal City. If you don't want to die, retreat immediately, and I'll pretend that this didn't happen." Zichen's serious expression and cold words were still very intimidating, but he was facing more than 40 undying supremacies. Zichen's deterrence was useless. Laughter rang out between heaven and earth, and it was full of mockery. The undying supremacies were called undying because of their undying origin. Since they were undying, how could they be afraid of some origin supremacies? Even if these origin supremacies were comparable to supremacy beasts, the origin energy in their bodies would be used up one day. At that time, they would die without a doubt. Cut the crap. Come up if you have the ability. Shimen Lu smiled coldly, and his eyes were full of killing intent. The other undying supremacies were the same. Looking at these undying supremacies, Zichen shook his head, and his face was full of disappointment. He sighed softly and said, "You think I'm threatening you with my combat strength, but you don't know that I'm telling the truth. You think that we've just become supremacies, and as long as we consume the origin energy in our bodies, we'll be at the mercy of others. But have you ever thought about what would happen if all of you were killed before that?" Hearing Zichen's words, the undying supremacies sneered. One of them said, "You're just an origin supremacy. How do you know how powerful the undying origin is? The undying origin represents immortality. No one can kill it." Zichen shook his head again and said, "If I say that I've seen the fall of an undying supremacy when I was in the human realm, I don't know if you would believe me." "Nonsense. Shameless boasting." The undying supremacies sneered. They didn't believe Zi Chen's words at all. Shimen Lu said coldly, "Of course the Undying Supremacy will die, but the premise is that they encounter a heavenly realm expert. You're just a few origin supremacies, and you want to kill an Undying Supremacy? Dream on. Since you don't believe me, then I'll show you." Zi Chen stopped persuading them. For the first time, a weapon appeared in his hand. It was the Divine Dragon Bow. At this moment, the Divine Dragon Bow's quality had been greatly improved after being improved by the origin energy. Although it hadn't reached the supreme grade, it was definitely one of the best among the Emperor weapons. Golden light surged around him, and the Divine Dragon Bow was slowly pulled into the shape of a full moon. An arrow feather automatically appeared on the Divine Dragon Bow. The moment the arrow feather appeared, the entire surface of the Divine Dragon Bow emitted a dazzling golden light. And in the golden light, Zi Chen's origin energy was surging. However, the entire origin energy was emitting a special kind of law that couldn't be distinguished. Zi Chen first aimed the Divine Dragon Bow at Shimen Lu, but suddenly changed his mind and aimed at another Undying Supremacy. Then, he released the arrow. Buzz! The bowstring trembled, and the arrow shot out. Its speed was even faster than the golden lightning. It was like teleportation, disappearing here and there. By the time the Undying Supremacy reacted, the arrow had already pierced through his body. Chapter 1849. The Undying Sovereign was known as the Undying Sovereign because of the undying source in his body. This was a magical energy that contained unimaginable vitality. Although Zi Chen had yet to step into the Undying Sovereign realm, he was no stranger to the undying source. Whether it was the flame of life emitted by the ultimate perfect body or the demonic fire of the two demon sovereigns in the holy burial ground, they were all a type of undying source. In addition, the reason why Wu Xie was known as the undying source was also because of the power of the undying source. Zi Chen was very familiar with this power. The reason why Wu Xie was so convinced by Zi Chen was also because of the lesson he had taught him back then. The arrow pierced through the body of an undying sovereign. As the arrow flew away, the undying sovereign's body exploded. This explosion was very sudden, causing the other sovereigns to be puzzled. It was just an arrow, how could the body explode? Moreover, no one thought that this arrow could cause fatal damage to an undying sovereign. At the place where the undying sovereign exploded, flames began to surge, and the undying sovereign's body reassembled. Cold smiles appeared on many people's faces. They had thought that Zi Chen was very powerful, but now it seemed that he couldn't do anything to an undying sovereign. In fact, thinking about it carefully, how could an undying sovereign be killed so easily? Shimen Lu sneered and was about to mock Zi Chen, but when he saw the undying sovereign's body reassembled, his expression changed drastically, and he couldn't say a word. Because the undying sovereign's body was reassembled, his face was pale, and his spirit was very weak. This was because he had suffered a huge injury that affected his undying source. How could this be? The expressions of the other undying sovereigns suddenly changed. Just a single arrow had caused an undying sovereign's undying source to suffer heavy damage. If a few more arrows were fired, it was really possible to kill an undying sovereign. This kind of phenomenon didn't exist under normal circumstances. Even if two undying sovereigns fought, there would rarely be casualties. Let's go. After personally feeling the terror of that arrow, the undying sovereign, whose body had been reconstructed, turned around and ran without saying a word. That arrow just now had already made him feel the approach of death. If another arrow came, he knew that he would definitely die. Buzz. Zi Chen pulled the bowstring once more, as if he wanted to prove it to everyone. The moment the undying sovereign turned around, he pulled the bowstring to its maximum. The undying sovereign's figure flickered, and he instantly disappeared. Zi Chen released the arrow. The bowstring trembled and the arrow disappeared. Bang! Thousands of meters away, there was a sudden explosion, and blood rained down from the sky. This rain of blood was accompanied by the vitality of an undying sovereign, as well as all of his undying origins. The undying origin spread out and then quickly dissipated. The fire of life between heaven and earth did not reignite. An undying sovereign dissipated in the rain of blood just like that. The entire Misty City fell into an instant of silence. It was so quiet that not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Everyone's gaze fell on the young man holding the bow in the sky. His face was cold, his back was straight, and his posture was imposing. He was dead. An undying sovereign had died just like that. With just 2 arrows, he disappeared in front of everyone. Not even his bones were left. After a brief silence, the entire city was filled with continuous exclamations and uproars. The faces of the undying sovereigns all changed as they looked at Zichen in disbelief. It was a well-known fact that it was difficult to kill an undying sovereign, because their undying origins were very difficult to erase. Not to mention an origin sovereign, even if a Heaven Realm expert wanted to completely obliterate the undying origin, it would not be so easy. However, Zichen only used 2 arrows to kill an undying sovereign and completely erase the undying origins. No one knew why this was the case. That bow is strange. Kill him first. Shimonlu's eyes were fixed on the longbow in Zichen's hand. He believed that this was the reason. His figure flashed as he chose to teleport. In an instant, he appeared in front of Zichen. At the same time, several rays of light appeared beside Zichen. These people were all undying sovereigns. The reason why they appeared so quickly was to stop Zichen from using the divine dragon bow. However, no one knew or dared to believe that Zichen was able to erase the undying origins not by relying on a sharp weapon, but by relying on his own laws. The destruction law, formed by the fusion of many laws, was the nemesis of all the laws in the world. The undying origins were known to be immortal, but when it encountered destruction, it was like meeting its nemesis. It was normal for it to be restrained. As soon as these undying sovereigns moved, the others also moved. For a time, all kinds of powerful attacks appeared in the sky. All the undying sovereigns joined the battle in an instant. Manlong, Shunhu, you two protect the 2 of them. Xian you Shui you 3 be careful. Zichen quickly put away the divine dragon bow and said at the same time. A light flashed in his hand, and a dragon spear appeared. He held the dragon spear tightly, and his figure flashed as he rushed towards the several undying sovereigns in front of him. Swoosh! Swoosh! After quickly dodging 2 attacks, Zichen came to the side of an undying sovereign. The dragon spear emitting a golden light stabbed towards the undying sovereign's waist. This attack was very fast. The undying sovereign sensed it, but he didn't have time to react. His powerful defense was nothing in Zichen's eyes. He directly broke through his defense with a single spear. A hint of panic appeared on the undying sovereign's face at first, but then it was followed by a sneer. He no longer paid attention to the dragon spear that was about to pierce his body. Instead, he launched a powerful attack, wanting to cut off Zichen's head. However, the attack had just appeared when it disappeared into thin air because it was too weak to continue. The undying sovereign's body directly exploded. The destruction law was destroying the opponent's undying origins. The explosion of the body was just a means of self-protection. Otherwise, the undying source origin would be destroyed by the destruction source origin. The undying sovereign's face was pale, and his spirit was dispirited. His undying origins had suffered heavy damage. His face was full of horror. Just like the previous undying sovereign, he felt the threat of death. Go to hell. Zichen didn't give the opponent a second chance. At the cost of 2 wounds, he sent the spear into the undying sovereign's body again. Boom. The opponent's body exploded again. Just like before, after the explosion, it didn't regenerate. It's that power. It's very strange. Among the crowd, there were several people who saw this scene. Their pupils shrank as they said in a deep voice. LV Peng, who was standing outside the city, looked up and saw the second undying sovereign die. He smiled slightly and walked away. Another undying sovereign had died, and the effect of this was still shocking. Don't worry about the others. They have consumed a lot of energy. They can't hold on much longer. Shimonlu's voice sounded. He was besieging the demonic ape with the other undying sovereigns. Ha! The demonic ape shouted as he waved the long staff in his hand. The group of undying sovereigns retreated, but after dodging the attack, they quickly surrounded him. Up until now, whether it was the demonic ape or the tyrant, They were both performing exceptionally well. Not only were they fighting those above their level, but they were also fighting a group of people above their level. Under such circumstances, the origin energy in their bodies was also constantly being consumed. Compared to before, their attacks were more or less inferior. The Undying Sovereign's guess was right. Everyone had consumed a lot of energy. Once their origin energy was completely consumed and they couldn't replenish it, they would all die. Peng. The tyrant sent an origin sovereign flying with a blow. The latter's body completely exploded, but it couldn't hurt the opponent's undying origins. No matter how powerful the attack was, it was useless. The tyrant was rapidly consuming his origin energy, but the opponent didn't have the slightest reaction. The tyrant was getting more and more anxious. It was like an undying machine fighting. The others also encountered the same situation. Their energy was severely depleted, but they couldn't kill even one enemy. Even if they caught one and attacked with all their strength, the opponent's strong undying origins would weaken very slowly. This was the advantage of the Undying Sovereigns. Usually, a major force would only have one such existence, but today, there were more than 40 of them. It seemed that Zi Chen and the others were fighting against Ethereal City, but in fact, it was equivalent to fighting against the entire Seventh Mainland. Sensing the unfavorable situation, Zi Chen sped up the speed of killing the enemies. The third Undying Sovereign died. Then, Zi Chen seriously injured another Undying Sovereign. They seemed to have grasped Zi Chen's plan. As long as an Undying Sovereign was seriously injured, the other party would immediately withdraw from the battlefield and turn to deal with the others. A new Undying Sovereign would come to deal with Zi Chen. Several injured Undying Sovereigns retreated in succession, and the others surrounded them. Zi Chen seemed helpless. Heavenly Tao, exterminate. Suddenly, a cold shout rang out between heaven and earth. A young man in linen clothes appeared in the crowd. He half knelt in the void, his hands crossed in front of his chest as if he was praying. He looked very pious. A mysterious power surged out from the young man's body. This power communicated with heaven and earth. The void suddenly broke open, and a bright light appeared from within. This light was a kind of rule, known as the Heavenly Tao Rule. Just like the angry thunder that Zi Chen had cast 1,000 years ago, it fell from the sky and landed on an injured Undying Sovereign. The sudden scene caused the Undying Sovereign's face to change drastically. As this energy enveloped his body, his expression suddenly became extremely painful, as if he had been subjected to extreme torture. He let out a roar. Amidst his roar, his body began to roll in the sky, and miserable cries rang out continuously. Under the clear perception of everyone, his undying source was rapidly disappearing. This was forced. During this period, even if the Undying Sovereign wanted to explode his body to disperse this power, he couldn't do it. This was an even stronger power that completely suppressed the undying source. The frequency of the Undying Sovereign's rolling decreased, and his miserable cries gradually became weak. In the end, all of his undying source was destroyed, and his body fell to the ground. Such a scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked. They all turned their heads to look at the young man in linen clothes. Chapter 1850. A mysterious force killed an undying sovereign, and everyone's attention was on the youth in linen clothes. He looked very ordinary, and his expression was calm, like a big brother of the Lin family. There was no murderous aura around him. However, such a person had actually killed an undying sovereign. Zi Chen, who was fighting in the sky, saw the youth in linen clothes and nodded at him. Then, he said, "Defend first." This sentence was obviously directed at Tyrant and the others. Under such circumstances, it was meaningless to be brave. Tyrant and Demon Ape quickly retreated and joined the three girls to protect the statue. Roar. The flying tiger roared and jumped down from the statue's shoulder to join the battle. Roar. A dragon roar resounded, and the barbaric dragon also joined in. However, this time, everyone's goal was to defend. They wanted to buy time for Longhu and Su Mengyaro to break the seal. On the other side, Zi Chen was fighting against several undying sovereigns. After injuring one of them, the other undying sovereign quickly retreated and was ready to replace him. Suddenly, he felt a palpitating aura appear above his head. He subconsciously raised his head and saw that a thick book emitting golden light had appeared in the sky without him noticing. At this moment, the book opened by itself, and a cold voice sounded. Seal. As the voice sounded, a golden light fell from the book. The golden light was a mysterious force. It was very fast, and there was no way to avoid it. It instantly fell on the heavily injured undying sovereign. The latter's body was completely covered by the golden light. In the eyes of the people, the undying sovereign was struggling in the golden light. Destroy, said another voice. In the sky, another golden light fell from the book and landed on the undying sovereign's body. Just like the previous encounter with the heavenly ways rules, the undying sovereign's undying origin was quickly being destroyed. Buzz. The light trembled and the golden light disappeared. The book in the sky was slowly closing. The undying sovereign below had his undying origin destroyed, and he became a dead person and fell from the sky. This was the fifth undying sovereign that had died. The one who killed this undying sovereign was an old youth. He had the vitality of a youth, but he had the face of a middle-aged man. He stood in the middle of the crowd, and the people around him had already scattered in fear. A source sovereign had actually killed an undying sovereign. Clearly, this was an extraordinary existence. However, he wasn't as relaxed as Zi Chen. After this attack, his face turned pale. He had consumed a huge amount of origin energy. The middle-aged man was the fortune teller of the heaven-telling city. He nodded at Zi Chen and opened the Book of Destiny again. Buzz. The Book of Heavens will trembled. Another golden light shot out from it and headed downwards. Among the group of undying sovereigns, the expressions of several injured undying sovereigns changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with fear. That golden light couldn't kill the undying sovereigns in perfect condition, but it could kill them, who had suffered injuries to their origin. In the face of the golden light, no one had the slightest room to dodge. They could only passively accept it. The golden light descended, and an unlucky bastard was struck. The golden light first sealed the other party, and then another ray of light descended, obliterating the undying source, killing the supreme being. The fortune teller's face was pale. After killing two undying sovereigns in a row, he had consumed a huge amount of origin energy. Again. He let out a low roar, and the energy around his body surged. He had exhausted all the origin energy in his body. The golden light book opened again, and the third undying sovereign was killed by the fortune teller. On the other side, after killing 3 undying sovereigns, blood flowed from the corner of Shurentian's mouth. He had suffered quite a bit of backlash. Die. Seeing this scene, Shimen Lu roared and rushed towards Shuntian. The devil ape's figure flashed and blocked Shimen Lu's path. With a violent swing of his staff, Shimen Lu's body exploded. The two of them appeared and killed 6 undying sovereigns. However, their origin energy had been exhausted, and they were no longer a threat to the others. The group of undying sovereigns secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they were careful, these people would eventually die. Violent energy surged, and the statues began to tremble. A pure and powerful aura was released. Now, the 2 people in the statues had truly awakened. Buzz. Su Mengyao's body emitted a dazzling light, and the aura of an origin sovereign was released. After 1,000 years of self-sealing, the ethereal inaction operated on its own, absorbing the energy in the void. With LV Peng's help, Su Mengyao finally took the last step and reached the sovereign realm. Feeling the sovereign's aura, the city was in an uproar. Obviously, this was another existence that could fight against those above their level. The next moment, the roar of a dragon and a tiger resounded, and the sound shook the 9 heavens. The aura of a sovereign spread, and another sovereign appeared. Under the gaze of the crowd, the statue disappeared, and a white-robed fairy appeared in the sky. The fairy was riding on a majestic sovereign beast. The fairy had just awakened, and her eyes were still hazy. After feeling the powerful energy surging around her, she gradually woke up and saw familiar figures around her. She was slightly stunned, and blinked her bright eyes, as if she couldn't believe the scene in front of her. Mengyao, you're finally awake. A loud voice could be heard, as the flying godly tiger flew to Su Mengyao's side excitedly. The flying godly tiger had been following Su Mengyao since they were very young. If it weren't for the old men, it would have followed Su Mengyaro to the floating city. "It's you, little tiger," Su Mengyaro said softly with a gentle voice. She had completely woken up, and knew it wasn't an illusion. She saw familiar figures with smiles on their faces, surrounded by the auras of the 9 Heavens Supremes. 9 Heavens Supremes, they have all reached the 9 Heavens Supremes. Longhu's voice was filled with vigor. He had fully awakened, and was also a 9 Heavens Supremes. The two were still fighting, and clearly had no time to chat. Even the flying godly tiger quickly dashed forward. Longhu and Su Mengyaro also joined the battle after seeing this. Longhu transformed, and his enormous figure was like a giant mountain. With a swipe of his claws, an immortal Supremes exploded. As a 9 Heaven Supremes, he could easily defeat an immortal Supremes, but he could not eliminate their immortal Supremes. Su Mengyaro was as ethereal as a fairy, and her attacks were very powerful. However, there were very few energies in the world that could break through the restrictions and kill an immortal Supremes. Zichen broke the rules, and followed the Heavenly Tao because of the Heavenly Tao's rules. However, they could only deal with an injured immortal Supremes, and they would also suffer a backlash in the process. Although the others didn't have the means of the two of them, they could display a powerful battle strength that could withstand the siege of a group of immortal Supremes. The appearance of Longhu and Su Mengyaro changed the situation of the battle. They had completely suppressed the group of immortal Supremes, but this was only temporary for the immortal Supremes. Soon, their origin energy would be exhausted, and the only thing left would be death. Zichen could clearly see that the battle would be very disadvantageous for them if it continued, but he seemed to have no other choice in the current situation. These immortal Supremes were getting braver as they fought, and there was no sign of retreat at all. They could either be chased away, killed, or trapped. However, it seemed that there was no way to trap the immortal Supremes now. At this moment, a light flashed in Zichen's mind. He flipped his hand, and a simple and unadorned little cauldron appeared in his hand. Although the little cauldron looked very ordinary, it was Zichen's only hope at this moment. "Senior, do you have a way to deal with these immortal Supremes?" Zichen transmitted his voice to the cauldron spirit for help. Zichen hadn't summoned the cauldron spirit for a long time. The cauldron spirit had been in a deep slumber and was unaware of what was happening in the outside world. When he sensed the presence of immortal Supremes, including Zichen, he was very surprised to find that there were so many familiar faces among them. Zichen informed the cauldron spirit of what had happened at the fastest speed possible. He didn't expect that Ethereal City would value him so much that they would find so many immortal Supremes. In fact, even if he had expected it, he would still come. Given the current situation, it would be difficult for them to escape. After listening to Han Shao, the cauldron spirit asked, "Do you still have origin energy?" "I still have a lot," said Zichen. "Good. Use the origin energy to reforge the cauldron," instructed the cauldron spirit. The cauldron in Zichen's hand suddenly left Zichen's hand and flew forward. The cauldron was very small. It was only the size of a palm, and there wasn't any aura circulating around it. However, the cauldron looked very simple and unadorned. The immortal Supremes who were attacking thought that it was one of Zichen's trump cards. Out of caution, they didn't immediately attack. Instead, they subconsciously retreated. The cauldron floated in the air without any special changes. While the crowd was puzzled, Zichen raised his hand and pointed at the cauldron. Origin energy appeared in his finger. Like a spirit snake, it coiled around the cauldron. When the others saw the origin energy, they were puzzled. However, the Supremes' faces changed drastically. As Supremes, they knew very well what this energy represented. It was origin energy, the true origin energy. It was extremely precious and rare. Normally, it would be counted in drops. First, it would be used to temper one's body. If there was excess, it would be used to temper one's weapon. This kind of origin energy would be exhausted before breaking through to origin supremacy. After that, the world would no longer be able to produce this kind of origin energy. But now, they actually saw pure origin energy. Moreover, there was so much of it. When all the supreme beings present saw the power of origin surrounding the pill cauldron, their expressions changed. It was hard for them to imagine how Zichen, who had tempered his body, still had so much power of origin in him. The origin energy continuously appeared and landed on the cauldron. The entire cauldron seemed to be burning. It was undergoing significant changes. One of the biggest changes was its size. The palm-sized cauldron instantly doubled in size. As the origin energy was being consumed, the cauldron was still rapidly expanding. Chapter 1851. The cauldron was burning with raging flames. The origin energy seemed to be filling the cauldron with fuel. The flames burned more and more fiercely, and the scorching heat spread out. Boom! The originally simple cauldron began to expand. Its majestic aura shook the heavens, and the roars of beasts rang out from the cauldron one after another. The origin energy in Zichen's hand was constantly filling the cauldron, as if it could never be used up. The crowd who weren't supremes didn't know what was happening at all. However, they were all stunned. They had never seen so much origin energy. The origin source energy was the true treasure. It was still very useful to them at their current level. His condensing a weapon. Stop him. Zichen would not condense a cauldron for no reason. Shimon Lu felt that something was wrong and shouted loudly. Swoosh! An immortal supremacy began to teleport and rushed towards Zichen. Because Zichen's strength was too strong, none of the supremes dared to attack Zichen. They only dared to attack when several of them were together. Facing the incoming attack, Zichen didn't dodge. He just stood there motionlessly. Clang! Beside him, the void broke open, and the demon ape walked out. The black rod in its hand swept across, and two immortal supremes were sent flying. On the other side, Monk appeared in a flash, and the demon subduing pestle in his hand destroyed an attack. Just like how the crowd protected the statue before, Zichen and the cauldron became the target of everyone's protection at this moment. The barbaric dragon, Longhu, and flying divine tiger wandered around the periphery, displaying their strongest combat strength. The immortal supremes didn't dare to approach casually. Su Mengyaro and the others guarded Zichen from all directions, preventing the immortal supremes from sneaking up on him. As for Zichen, when he used a huge amount of origin energy to condense the cauldron, the heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. The origin energy was a new kind of energy. After being condensed by this energy, the quality of everything would be improved. During the process of reforging the pill furnace, Zichen was able to clearly perceive the pill furnace for the first time, as well as some of its methods of use and power. In this situation, the pill furnace had truly recognized a master, and its power had greatly increased. As a result, Zichen sensed something and the heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. He condensed the heavenly thunder wings that had been following him all this time. Meanwhile, on the periphery, everyone was shocked to see Zichen condense another portion of his origin energy into something else. In their eyes, Zichen's origin energy seemed to be inexhaustible. Boom! The alchemy cauldron was still expanding, and a violent aura swept through the entire Misty City. The entire Misty City was trembling under the expansion of the alchemy cauldron. Su Mengyaro and the others who were near the alchemy cauldron had no choice but to retreat. The aura emitted from the alchemy cauldron was too frightening. The other undying sovereigns took the opportunity to attack the cauldron, but the moment their attacks got close to the cauldron, they were swallowed up by it. Above the pill cauldron, the surging aura became increasingly terrifying, affecting the entire Misty City, causing everyone's expressions to change. The group of undying sovereigns who were constantly attacking were still fearless at this moment. Below, among the crowd, one gaze after another fell on the pill cauldron. Their originally indifferent expressions were now replaced with a hint of fear. The entire pill cauldron was like a mountain, burning with raging flames as it floated above Misty City, exuding an ancient and vast aura. The origin energy gradually stopped channeling, and the refining of the pill cauldron was completed. Roar! With a thought, a dragon's roar came from the pill cauldron. Immediately after, 4 fire dragons rushed out of the pill cauldron, heading straight for an undying sovereign. The undying sovereign's figure changed as he shuttled through the void, avoiding the fire dragon's lock-on. However, the 4 fire dragons seemed to have the delusion breaker eye. After locking onto his aura, they directly swept towards him. In the next moment, The undying sovereign's body was swept up by the fire dragons and brought towards the pill cauldron. In the face of this unknown situation, the undying sovereign yelled and launched a series of attacks. When these attacks landed on the fire dragons, they instantly severed them, but it was useless. The fire dragons quickly reassembled and returned to the pill cauldron. When the fire dragons returned to the pill cauldron, the flames within the pill cauldron became even more intense. From time to time, the miserable shrieks of the undying sovereign could be heard. "Don't worry. In this pill cauldron, he will definitely die. I will refine the undying origin crystal." Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded in Zichen's sea of consciousness. At this moment, Zichen's six-winged heavenly lightning wings had also been refined to the final stage. After the refinement, Zichen had a clearer understanding of the heavenly lightning wings. At the same time, his extreme speed had also improved by quite a bit. Rumble. The pill cauldron trembled, causing the entire Misty City to tremble. Another 4 fire dragons rushed out, locking on to their target. Whoosh! Whoosh! Faced with the fire dragons locking onto him, the undying sovereign was dodging. Because he wasn't injured, the 4 fire dragons had a hard time locking onto him. At this moment, the undying sovereign felt an energy fluctuation coming from beside him. Before he could react, a dragon spear pierced through his back. The destructive origin energy annihilated his undying origin energy. He screamed in pain and prepared to self-detonate to get rid of the energy attack. The 4 fire dragons took advantage of the situation and coiled around the undying sovereign's body, bringing him into the pill cauldron. In the blink of an eye, the 2 undying sovereigns disappeared. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Then, the crowd saw the reversal of the battle. Everything became Zichen's time to perform. He displayed an unprecedented speed. Under such speed, no one could avoid Zichen. After that, Zichen made his move. Bang! 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 Every time he attacked, an undying sovereign would be injured. Then, the undying sovereign would be taken away by the elusive fire dragons. The original 4 fire dragons had now grown to 8. They were wandering around, ready to take away the undying sovereigns at any time. In addition to Zichen, the 3 supreme beasts also made their moves at this moment, killing one undying sovereign after another. The moment the undying sovereign's body reassembled, the fire dragons swarmed forward and brought him into the pill cauldron. The fate of these undying sovereigns who entered the pill cauldron was still unknown. The number of undying sovereigns around was decreasing. Cold sweat gradually appeared on Shimon Lu's forehead. This was an uncontrollable situation. They had expected it and made some preparations for it. Under such circumstances, it seemed that those preparations should have appeared. But so far, they hadn't. Below, an uproar rose and fell. No one had expected that so many undying sovereigns couldn't do anything to Zichen and the others. The number of undying sovereigns was decreasing. Those who entered the pill cauldron were still unknown. The others finally felt fear in their hearts. They no longer fought. Instead, they turned around and ran in horror. Although they had promised Misty City to deal with these people, there was no need to throw their lives away here. The group of undying sovereigns quickly disappeared. During this time, the fire dragons captured another 2. For a moment, only Shimon Lu was left. This was Misty City. His home was here. He had nowhere to run. In the sky, only Shimon Lu was left. This result was completely unexpected. Everyone exclaimed and shook their heads repeatedly. If Misty City didn't have more experts, it was obvious that Misty City would be destroyed by these few youngsters. "Senior brother, is the battle over?" In the crowd, a cultivator with a sword on his back asked. "How is that possible?" "The battle has just begun," the senior brother from Sword Sect said indifferently. As the group of undying sovereigns fled, there was an obvious wave of undisguised killing intent in the crowd. The masters of these killing intent had extraordinary origins and methods. In the distance, several of the elders from Tianwu continent had fainted after seeing the undying sovereigns flee. This time, Zichen had displayed such a powerful method. Their lives were definitely not guaranteed. Even if Zichen didn't kill them, the flying divine tiger wouldn't let them go. In fact, They were regretting it. If they had known that supreme beasts were so popular in this world, they wouldn't have only brought the flying divine tiger, but also the other supreme beasts. Unfortunately, it was their selfishness that had completely ruined them. In the sky, beside the burning pill cauldron, Zichen looked at Shimen Lu, whose undying source was heavily damaged. He said coldly, "I won't kill you for now. I'll let you see the destruction of Misty City with your own eyes." Shimen Lu's expression changed. There was no despair in his eyes, only doubt and confusion. He had already calculated this matter. The current situation wasn't unsolvable. HMPH, trash. What a bunch of trash. At this moment, a cold voice rang out from below. A blue-robed youth walked out from the crowd, step by step in the air. The joy on Shimen Lu's face only flashed for a moment before it turned into confusion. He didn't know this blue-robed youth. When the blue-clothed young man appeared, the entire world was instantly filled with a chill. As he walked through the air, a thin layer of white ice condensed in the surrounding air. With each step, ice would appear. The blue-robed youth walked to the opposite side of Zichen. He swept a glance at Shimen Lu and said coldly, "So many undying sovereigns, but you can't destroy their undying source. What a bunch of trash." Shimen Lu's face turned red and white, but he didn't refute. He was guessing in his heart whether or not this person was a helper. The coldness from the youth made him feel very uncomfortable. Even his undying source was showing signs of freezing. He immediately retreated, and Zichen didn't stop him. The youth was also an undying sovereign. Zichen had already displayed his strength, but this undying sovereign still dared to come forward. Clearly, he had some extraordinary means. In fact, everyone, including Zichen, had a serious expression on their faces when they saw the young man. "Who are you?" Zichen looked at the blue-robed youth and asked in a deep voice. From the other party's attitude towards Shimen Lu and Shimen Lu's expression, the two didn't know each other. Clearly, this youth wasn't someone from Misty City. The youth looked at Zichen and sneered. "You're Zichen from the Martial Sky Continent." "That's right. That's right. I heard that you're very glorious in the Martial Sky Continent. Remember my name, Minsk. You can call me Shui tilde Minsk." Chapter 1852. The Zhanwu continent was made up of cities, prefectures, and regions. However, this wasn't absolute. Among them, there were also other forces. For example, the sword sect didn't belong to cities, prefectures, or regions. In truth, Misty City didn't count either. Misty City looked like a city, but it had developed more like a sect. Shimen Lu was equivalent to a sect elder. In the Zhanwu continent, there were a few large powers that were very famous. For example, the sword sect was one of the hegemons of the fourth continent. In addition to the famous sword sect, the Five Elements aristocratic family was also very famous in the entire Zhanwu continent. This was an aristocratic family founded purely on the Five Elements. Every disciple of the aristocratic family condensed a single law of the Five Elements. Compared to the many laws that Zichen, Su Mengyaro, and the others had comprehended, this single law sounded very weak. However, that wasn't the case. After many years of development, the Five Elements aristocratic family had already developed the laws of the Five Elements to the limit. Furthermore, to use this single law, one didn't just need the laws of the Five Elements. One also needed to possess the bloodline of the Five Elements. This kind of pure bloodline had a very unified name on the Zhanwu continent. They were called heavenly experts. For example, Minster wasn't born with the surname Shui, nor did he come from the Five Elements aristocratic family. Instead, he possessed a pure water bloodline. After being recruited by the Shui family, he was given the surname Shui. The Five Elements aristocratic family. This was the first time Zichen had heard of the Five Elements aristocratic family on the Zhanwu continent. He quickly thought of the Five Elements aristocratic family. Back then, in order to enter the Lightning Divine Hall, the Five Elements aristocratic family had lost quite a few pseudo-heavenly experts. Up until now, Zichen had never seen a single pseudo-heavenly expert on the Zhanwu continent. The Five Elements aristocratic family is the hegemon of the second continent. They are divided into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Normally, the 5 elements come together. While speaking, Lin Shui looked down. The reason the 5 elements aristocratic family had come was clearly because of Zichen's suppression of the 5 elements aristocratic family on the Jianwu continent. Since the Shui family had appeared, there had to be people from the other 4 families. Zichen also looked down. The 5 elements aristocratic family's appearance, which surprised him. From the crowd, a cold aura could be felt as 3 more people walked out. All 3 of them exuded a frigid aura. Clearly, they were also from the Shui clan. The 3 of them flew through the air and stood behind Minsk, staring coldly at Zichen. The other 4 families didn't show up. Clearly, they believed that Minsk alone could take care of everything. Zichen waved his hand and said, "Step back." Everyone responded and retreated. Everyone had expended a lot of energy in the previous battle. Under such circumstances, they could only recover first. With a thought, the pill cauldron in the sky shook and shrank until it was the size of a palm. Then, it fell into Zichen's hand. Just as Zichen put away the cauldron, Minster also waved his hand. The 3 undying supremes behind him retreated, and so did Shimen Lu. The appearance of the 5 elements aristocratic family here to cause trouble for Zichen made him very suspicious. In the crowd, the cultivators who knew about the 5 elements aristocratic family were also very curious. As a hegemon, under normal circumstances, it was impossible for them to have any enmity with Zichen. That was because Zichen was too weak. He wasn't worthy of the 5 elements aristocratic family making such a big move. But this time, the 5 elements aristocratic family had sent their undying supremes across several continents. It was clearly because of Zichen. The Misty sect's elders, who had just regained consciousness, let out sighs of relief when they saw the 5 elements aristocratic family appear. As people of the martial heaven continent, they were very clear on why the 5 elements aristocratic family had come. Since Zichen had been targeted by the 5 elements aristocratic family, only death awaited him. "I won't kill you. I'll bring your head back so that you can keep your head clear on the way back," Minst said indifferently. His eyes were fixed on Zichen. His eyes were filled with coldness. These were Minsk's opening words. The 2 of them weren't familiar with each other, so they naturally didn't talk much. Minsk's blue robes trembled slightly, and an icy chi surged out of his body. Wherever the cold air passed, the surrounding air would be completely frozen. A thin layer of ice appeared on the surface of all the buildings in Misty City. Under the sunlight, the ice reflected a dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, this place became a world of ice. Minsk stood at the center of this world of ice. Within the world of ice, there was an eerie coldness. Everyone who felt this coldness quickly retreated into the distance. Some of the weaker existences had no choice but to retreat outside of the city. As an undying sovereign, Shimen Lu's expression changed when he sensed this aura. He knew that he wasn't a match for Minsk. "I heard that you've comprehended many laws, but that's useless. Just one is enough." A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Minsk's mouth. He extended his right hand and pointed at Zichen. A ray of sword chi formed completely of ice shot toward Zichen. There wasn't any sword intent in the sword chi, so it couldn't compare to Wang Xianer's sword. However, this sword contained pure chi of ice and the laws of water that had evolved to the limit. This sword was very swift. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Zichen. Clang. Zichen pointed his spear at the sword. A loud clang was heard, and a huge force came from the sword chi, forcing Zichen back several steps. Seeing Zichen being forced back, many people in the crowd were shocked. Zichen had just displayed great strength, but now he was forced back by someone from the Shui family. After stabilizing himself, Zichen's lightning wings flapped, and he immediately disappeared. Buzz. Minsk's expression didn't change. He took several steps back. Streams of water appeared in front of him. The water quickly condensed into a wall of ice. Fart. A spear instantly pierced through the newly formed wall of ice. Then, the wall of ice shattered, and Zichen rushed out with his spear. The void trembled as a huge wave came crashing down. Within the wave, the laws of water surged. It carried a heavy pressure as it rushed towards Zichen. In Zichen's hand, the spear spun, stirring up the space and forming a huge force to stop the incoming wave. Crack, crack. The power contained in the wave was beyond Zichen's imagination. The entire dragon spear started to bend, and a shallow crack appeared on it. This wave could actually destroy a dragon weapon. Zichen's expression changed. Golden light flashed around him, and an even stronger force appeared. At this moment, Minsk walked out of the wave with a blue sword. He slashed at Zichen's neck. This attack was even faster. Zichen couldn't dodge in time and could only use his spear to block. Clang! The blue sword slashed at the spear. Zichen immediately retreated. The wave immediately rolled over with a thunderous sound. Minsk stood in the center of the wave, attacking Zichen again and again with his blue sword. Clang! Clang! In the sky, clanging sounds constantly rang out. Minsk cooperated with the wave, forcing Zichen to retreat again and again. The demon ape and the others watched the battlefield with nervous and uneasy expressions. Recover first. Zichen's calm voice rang out in everyone's minds. Minsk was powerful, but he wasn't an undefeatable existence. On one side was the wave, and on the other was the attack. Zichen was in a very difficult position. After several clashes, more and more cracks appeared on his dragon spear. Crack! After another attack, the dragon spear broke in two. The sharp sword chi almost brushed past Zichen's forehead. A red mark appeared between Zichen's eyebrows, and he quickly retreated. A supreme-grade imperial weapon had been destroyed just like that. A commotion broke out in the crowd. A supreme weapon. It must be a supreme weapon. Cries of surprise rang out from the crowd. Zichen had sensed something strange about Minsk's weapon long ago. Now, he was even more certain that his opponent's weapon was a level higher than his dragon spear. Everyone looked at Zichen. They didn't know what he would do now that he had lost his weapon. Zichen threw away his dragon spear. Lightning flashed around his body as he charged at Minsk. Boom! Zichen, who was moving forward, threw a punch. A fist of light formed from origin source energy shot towards the surging waves. When the fist landed, the wave was obstructed. It paused for a moment. Zichen's fist went straight for Minsk's chest. Minsk slashed down with his sword, wanting to cut off Zichen's arm. Clang! The supreme weapon struck Zichen's fist, producing a clang. Then, a terrifying force surged into Minsk's body through the long sword. The powerful force sent Minsk flying. The moment Minsk was sent flying, the waves that had been appearing before also appeared. Zichen stood in the air. He didn't have a supreme weapon, but his body was comparable to a supreme weapon. In the crowd, after seeing the white mark on Zichen's fist, the expressions of many immortal sovereigns changed. To be able to block the attack of a supreme weapon unscathed, Zichen's body was too strong. Go to hell! Being sent flying by a single punch from Zichen in front of everyone's eyes, Minsk felt extremely humiliated. With a furious roar, he raised his longsword and charged at Zichen along with the huge wave from before. His figure constantly changed in the waves. He was very fast, constantly attacking Zichen. Zichen, who had lightning wings, was also like a ray of light. The two of them were constantly entangled in the waves. The waves were formed by pure origin energy. They were Minsk's foundation. Being in the waves, his battle strength was greatly increased, and his speed was also increased. On the other hand, Zichen's methods were suppressed in all aspects. Clang! 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 The two of them were locked in a fierce battle. Terrifying energy scattered in all directions. Frost chi surged, and the sound of thunder spread. In this battle, the two of them were evenly matched. It was difficult to determine the victor. Shimon Lu nodded in satisfaction. The Five Elements family had more than one Minsk. If the two of them couldn't defeat each other, the others would definitely take action. At that time, Zichen would undoubtedly die. Misty City's difficulties would be resolved by the Five Elements family. He couldn't help but sigh. Just as Shimon Lu was sighing, a bright light suddenly appeared in the waves. Chapter 1853. The wave disappeared, and Minst looked at Chen, stunned. Chen stood on the other side, holding his sheathed saber. His expression was calm. Minst opened his mouth, his eyes wide. Just now, a bright saber light had appeared unexpectedly and broken through his defense. Boom! The sky trembled, and flames spread. The cauldron appeared again, and the heavy pressure caused the space to distort. The cauldron opened, and 8 fire dragons rushed out. Dragon roars resounded through the world, and the 8 fire dragons rushed straight for Minst. Frost chi surged around Minst, wanting to destroy the 8 fire dragons. Suddenly, his body split into 2, and all his strength disappeared in an instant. The 8 fire dragons carried the 2 halves of Minst's body toward the cauldron. Stop! Stop! Let him go! When the 3 undying supremes from the Shui clan saw this scene, they immediately shouted and rushed over. You guys go too! Chen's cold voice rang out in the 3's sea of consciousness. Chen, who displayed extreme speed, instantly arrived in front of the 3. He struck 3 times at each of them, and the destructive power of the world entered their bodies, causing them to explode. The flames of life burned fiercely, and the 3 bodies reassembled. But what welcomed them was the cauldron filled with devouring power. The 3 of them screamed as they were sucked into the cauldron. This change happened so quickly that no one could react. Minst of the Shui clan and the 3 undying sovereigns had already been sucked into the cauldron. The entire cauldron was like a bottomless pit. Dozens of undying sovereigns had already entered, but none of them had come out. The experts from the Shui clan of the 5 elements were destroyed just like that. The scene instantly became quiet. The situation had reversed too quickly. No one knew what had happened in the wave. Among the crowd, only a few people had seen what had just happened. The main reason for Minst's death was that shining saber. That saber was much faster than Minst's attack. It instantly broke through the wave and cut Minst's body in half. One of the 5 elements' aristocratic families had failed, and all 4 of their undying sovereigns had been killed. Among them was Minster, which was not a small loss. The other 4 clans should be coming out by now. Shimon Lu thought to himself. With a flash of brilliance, 4 rays of light shot out from the crowd. 4 cold-faced young men walked out from the crowd. Their clothes were of the same color as the 5 elements: metal, wood, fire, and earth. Jin Guchuan. The young man in gold took a step forward and said coldly, Mu Shu Yu. The green-robed man from the Mu family said, Huahao Mu. Earth-sinking mountain. After the 4 of them introduced themselves, they immediately attacked. Golden light flashed as a sharp golden chi attacked. The entire Misty City was filled with a murderous aura. Amidst the dazzling golden light, a sharp blade was aimed directly at Chen's face. Chen's figure flickered as he clenched his fist and punched forward. Boom! With the violent energy, Chen's punch directly repelled the golden blade. He didn't have a supreme weapon, but his physical body was the strongest supreme weapon. Swoosh! Green light flashed as the wood chi surged. A glowing green tree staff appeared from the void and went straight for Chen's head. With a flash of light under Chen's feet, he instantly dodged the attack. In terms of speed, no one could be faster than Chen. After dodging the attack, flames swept towards him. In the flames, fire snakes coiled around as Hua Haomu rushed towards Chen. Lightning flashed around Chen's body. Boundless lightning surged forward as the 2 collided head-on. Boom! In the sky, there was an explosion of energy. Chen's body shook slightly as the flames around him were extinguished instantly. Looking ahead, the young man from the Hua family was completely engulfed by the lightning. At the same time, his body was sent flying backwards. The void shook as a huge mountain pressed down on Chen. The heavy pressure caused the sky to sink. Chen raised his head and looked at the mountain. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth as he clenched his fist and punched. The power of lightning surged wildly as the supreme origin surrounded his body. The heavy mountain flew in response. Chen fought against 4 undying sovereigns by himself, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. One had to know that Chen was only in the origin realm. Everyone was extremely shocked. Many people were very anxious as they watched, But they didn't step forward. The death of the Shui family's powerhouse was a lesson. This time, they didn't choose to show up. The energy in the sky was constantly surging. The 5 people fighting seemed to have turned into 5 rays of light that were constantly entangled. Monk and the others were recovering their energy. It seemed that it was impossible for them to kill Zi Chen in the current situation. In the battlefield, the 4 undying sovereigns were more and more shocked as they fought. Up until now, Zi Chen's combat strength had not weakened at all. Instead, it had become very strong. With their eyesight, they could naturally see that Zi Chen had just broken through and could be considered to have just entered the origin realm. At this realm, one's origin energy was relatively scarce, and they could only use powerful attacks a few times. For example, Obedient Wei and Fortune Teller, who had killed the undying sovereigns, had used up all of their origin energy after only 3 attacks. Another example was Monk and the others. Although their battle strength was very strong and their origin energy far exceeded that of ordinary people, there would always be a time when it was used up. However, Zi Chen was different. Up until now, the more he fought, the braver he became. The origin energy in his body seemed to be endless and could not be used up at all. Not only were they shocked, but the other undying sovereigns were also shocked. The people from the 5 Elements aristocratic family had waited until the end to appear. They wanted to make Zi Chen consume a lot of energy, but now, it seemed that their plan had not succeeded. Boom! Zi Chen stood in the air, the energy around his body surging, and the 4 undying sovereigns were all pushed back. The 4 people who were retreating had a slight change in expression. After looking at each other, they rushed forward again. The current Zi Chen was becoming more and more terrifying. Swoosh! This time, a flash of saber light appeared in front of Zi Chen, and the saber light went straight for the people from the Mu family. Because they had seen Zi Chen's attack, the 4 of them had been on guard. At this moment, after seeing this attack, the people from the Mu family made a defensive posture. Fart! However, they had underestimated the power of Zi Chen's attack. As the saber light passed, the people from the Mu family's defense was immediately broken, and the bright saber light cut through their bodies. Boom! In the sky, the pill cauldron trembled and directly smashed down, taking in the people from the Mu family who were separated from their bodies. There was one less undying sovereign now. In the crowd, there was an even greater exclamation and uproar. The 4 of them couldn't beat Zi Chen, and now there were only 3 left. It seemed even more impossible. And this time, the 5 Elements family's revenge on Zi Chen was destined to fail. This Zi Chen is indeed strong, but unfortunately, after seeing this scene, Shimen Lu also shook his head. If it weren't for his own selfish desires, he wouldn't have forced Su Mengyaro to marry his son, and so many things wouldn't have happened. With the combat strength and talent Zi Chen had shown, if he was willing to help Misty City, then Misty City's reputation would definitely increase by a lot, and perhaps even be able to enter the 6th mainland. However, at this point, there was nothing to regret. Whether the 5 Elements family succeeded or failed this time, Zi Chen and the others were destined to not walk out of Misty City alive. Misty City had been standing tall for so long, so how could it be destroyed so easily? As if to verify Shimen Lu's thoughts, a person appeared silently in the sky. This person had merged with heaven and earth, and appeared without warning. No one, including Zi Chen, could detect him. He looked down at the one-sided battle below, and there seemed to be the light of the sun, the moon, and Xing Chen changing in his eyes. He stood in the sky like the ruler of heaven and earth, looking down on all living things. This was an existence that had already begun to comprehend the world's source energy. This was a completely new realm, and this realm had a new name, the Heavenly Realm. When the Lightning Divine Temple appeared in the Martial Sky continent, those who wanted to enter the Lightning Divine Temple to seek opportunities were all at this level, and those who died were also at this level. In the heaven-defying cultivation of cultivators, the Heavenly Realm was the final realm of the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and mortal. It was because of this existence that Shimen Lu didn't fear Zi Chen in the slightest. On the battlefield below, after one person was sucked into the cauldron, the remaining 3 were clearly having a hard time fighting against Zi Chen. Not long after, Zi Chen easily broke through the defenses of one of them, and after injuring his source energy, he was finally sucked into the cauldron. The cauldron was in the sky, burning with raging flames. The cauldron's might spread, emitting an ancient and vast aura. Zichen stood beside the cauldron, his figure tall and imposing. Zichen's strength had been deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. They believed that it wouldn't be long before Zichen's name spread throughout the entire martial sky continent. However, all of this was useless in the eyes of the heavenly realm. No matter how strong Zichen was, he was still in the earth realm, and he was in the heavenly realm. There was an insurmountable gap between the two. His gaze fell on the cauldron, and his expression changed slightly. That simple cauldron felt familiar to him, but he didn't know where he had seen it before. However, it was definitely not an ordinary item. It's not bad to be able to refine the undying sovereign. The heavenly realm expert spoke for the first time, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This time, Misty City had suffered a great loss, but this cauldron could make up for it. Among the crowd, loud cheers rang out continuously, and the entire city was in an uproar. At this point, there was no one in the entire Misty City who could stop Zichen. In the eyes of everyone, the destruction of the entire Misty City was a foregone conclusion. Previously, no one could have imagined that with the strength of a few people, they could destroy Misty City. In the crowd, the remaining undying sovereigns from the 5 elements families immediately turned and left. Zichen was invincible in this realm, and they could only seek stronger experts. Sensing that familiar oppressive aura, Shimen Lu's heart calmed down. He said to Zichen, "Zichen, you don't have to be proud. Killing them won't change your fate of being killed. With just you." Zichen looked at Shimen Lu with a mocking smile. Of course not, because of the heavenly realm. Chapter 1854. The heaven realm was a completely new realm, a supreme realm. If the supremacy realm was the formation of one's world and the end of the earth realm, then the heaven realm was the beginning of a higher realm. No matter where they were, a heaven realm expert was a big shot. And the strongest existence that Zichen had seen so far was only in the heaven realm. The bustling city instantly quietened down because of the 2 words heaven realm. Tyrant and the others who were recovering had a change in expression when they heard the 2 words heaven realm. They looked around vigilantly. If there was really such an existence in Misty City, then they were in danger. Su Mengyaro shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. From the beginning to the end, Shimen Lu didn't trust her. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a marriage alliance. Seeing the change in everyone's expression, Shimen Lu laughed complacently. That oppressive aura was so familiar, he would never forget it. Only a heaven realm expert could emit such an aura. And this time, such an existence came to Misty City as a precaution. The situation of the battle was reversed again. A heaven realm expert was enough to change the entire situation. Under such circumstances, everyone had to die. Zichen's expression was very ugly. 1,000 years ago, there was only one undying imperishable in the entire Misty City. Who would have thought that 1,000 years later, a group of undying imperishable would come? After dealing with those undying imperishable with great difficulty, a 5 elements aristocratic family came out to seek revenge. Now, they killed the 5 elements aristocratic family's people. Everything was about to end, but a heaven realm expert came out. This was a completely new realm. Zichen knew how powerful this realm was. Xing Dao Li was a fake heaven realm expert in the past. But just one person was enough to intimidate the entire Tianwu continent. Shimen Lu bowed to the void and said respectfully, "I hope the old ancestor can kill these people who have eaten the guts of a leopard and dared to cause trouble in Misty City." Everyone subconsciously looked up at the sky, wondering if the heavenly realm was there. Could the old ancestor that Shimen Lu was talking about be the Misty City's old ancestor who had disappeared for many years? Everyone raised their heads with nervous and expectant expressions. All of them wanted to see what a heaven realm expert was like. Although he knew that he would die if such a powerhouse appeared, Zichen actually had a trace of anticipation in his heart. He also wanted to see whether the heaven realm of the Zhonwu continent was the real heaven realm or the fake heaven realm that Xing Daoli had mentioned. Naturally, regardless of which cultivation level he was at, he would have the strength to kill Zichen. Even though Zichen knew that he would die the moment the other party appeared, He wanted to see what the other party looked like. At the same time, his world had already been secretly opened, and he could bring Tyrant and the others away at any time. Once he died, his world would disappear on its own. As for the monk and the others in his world, they might be able to survive. These were the thoughts that flashed through Zichen's mind the moment he raised his head to look at the Heaven Realm expert. He had already taken action. As long as he saw the Heaven Realm expert, the monk and the others would disappear immediately. He was confident that he could react faster than a Heaven Realm expert. Everyone raised their heads. Some were looking forward to it, some were excited, and some were proud. After raising their heads, everyone was looking in the same direction as Shimon Lu. Time began to pass. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After 5 breaths, no one saw the Heaven Realm expert appear. The Heaven Realm expert did not appear, nor did the Heaven Realm expert launch an attack. Everyone's face was filled with confusion. Old Ancestor, please take action and kill these thieves. The familiar pressure of the Heaven Realm was still there. Shimon Lu was sure that the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor was here, so he spoke again. The void was still calm. No one appeared, and no one responded. Old Ancestor, the situation has gone out of control. Please take action. Shimon Lu felt that something was wrong. He bowed to the void and said again. The entire Misty City was silent. Everyone was looking in the direction of the void. There was still no movement there. Thus, everyone's expression became more and more strange. They looked at Shimon Lu with suspicion. Making a joke in this situation was undoubtedly courting death. The hopes of the entire Misty City fell on Shimon Lu. How could they make a joke at this time? Shimon Lu was also anxious. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He did not know why the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor had appeared and did not kill him. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. He directly knelt down and prostrated himself in the void. He said sincerely, this unfilial disciple, Shimon Lu, pleads the Old Ancestor to take action and eliminate the Avilders and solve Misty City's crisis. Shimon Lu kowtowed to the void. Rise, you may rise. A voice sounded. Shimon Lu's face immediately flashed with joy, thinking that it was the Old Ancestor. But when he raised his head, he saw Zichen with a mocking smile. Recalling the familiar words just now, he knew that he was fooled, and his face was filled with anger. Zichen, you deserve to die, he said coldly after getting up. Zichen sneered and said, why? You want to use this method to scare me? Do I look like someone who can be scared? Today, you will definitely die, and Misty City will disappear from the 7th mainland. Zichen's shameless boasting had really angered Shimon Lu, but he could not say anything. He could clearly sense the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor's aura. Why didn't the other party make a move? It was said that the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor had a strange temper, but no matter how strange it was, he could still distinguish the situation. At this moment, Shimon Lu did not know that the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor was even more bitter than him. The Heaven Realm Old Ancestor recognized that the quality of Zichen's pill cauldron was extraordinary. As long as he killed Zichen and took the pill cauldron, Misty City's losses would be compensated. But just as he was about to make a move, the space in front of him suddenly surged. Then, a 2-meter-long little beast appeared. The little beast's eyes flashed with lightning as it stared at the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor. And the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor actually felt a threat from the little beast. The majestic little beast that appeared did not speak, but its aura locked onto him. Once he made any move, there would definitely be a great battle. What made the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor even more depressed was that he could not see through the little beast. Moreover, when facing the little beast, he could keenly sense the danger. So, when Shimon Lu expressed his stance several times, he could only listen quietly and not make a move. Old Ancestor, hurry up and make a move. Shimon Lu shouted again when he felt the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor's aura. His voice was almost crying. If the Old Ancestor did not make a move, then he would be finished. Enough. You can't escape death today. Zichen smiled coldly and slowly walked towards Shimon Lu. But just as he took a step, his face changed greatly and he turned his head to look at the crowd. At the same time, the entire Misty City was shrouded by a powerful aura. Everyone turned their heads and looked at a certain direction. There stood a middle-aged man with a resolute face. He only glanced at Zi-Chen, and it caused the world to change. Heaven Realm Old Ancestor, it's the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor. Heaven Realm Old Ancestor. Exclamations came from all around as everyone retreated in fear. Just a glance was enough to cause the world to change. Once the other party used his energy, it would definitely be even more terrifying. Seeing the middle-aged man, Shimen Lu was stunned at first, then his face was filled with ecstasy. This time, the person who came was not from the Five Elements family, but a Heaven Realm Old Ancestor of Misty City. He was also the second Heaven Realm Old Ancestor of Misty City. Shimen Lu was pleasantly surprised, but the faces of Zi-Chen, Tyrant, Devil Ape, and the others all changed. A Heaven Realm Old Ancestor actually came to Misty City, and the aura around him was so familiar. 1,000 years ago, a palm fell from the sky and cut off Zi-Chen's escape route, forcing the three of them to appear halfway. If it wasn't for Laromeng's help, they would have died in Shimen Lu's hands. The owner of that palm was still immortal, but 1,000 years later, when Zi-Chen and the other two returned as Supremes, the other party had already entered the Heaven Realm. Although he had just entered the Heaven Realm, he was definitely not someone Zi-Chen and the others could compare to. Grand Ancestor. Shimen Lu called out and then bowed respectfully. Grand Ancestor. In Misty City, excited shouts rang out, and many people knelt down. Those who didn't kneel were not from Misty City, but the shock on their faces didn't disappear for a long time. The experts of the Five Elements family who were preparing to leave all stopped and looked at the Heaven Realm middle-aged man in shock. A Heaven Realm Old Ancestor has appeared. Senior Sister Xian might be in danger. Senior brother, what should we do? That's a Heaven Realm Old Ancestor, how would I know what to do? The middle-aged man stepped on the air and walked towards Zi-Chen step by step. He didn't emit any aura, but Zi-Chen felt a powerful force locking onto him and suppressing him. With every step the middle-aged man took, he felt the pressure increase by a bit. Hum. Lightning flashed around his body, and the sound of thunder came from his body. He used his powerful body to resist the pressure. At this time, he couldn't fall, let alone kneel, even if it meant death. The middle-aged man approached step by step, and the lightning flashing around Zi-Chen's body was forcefully suppressed. His bones, which were comparable to a supreme weapon, made cracking sounds because of the pressure. Zi-Chen clenched his teeth, and the veins on his forehead bulged. It was obvious that he was using all his strength. His legs trembled and bent slightly, but he didn't fall until the Heaven Realm Old Ancestor was in front of him. You want to destroy my Misty City with just you? The Heaven Realm Old Ancestor looked at Zi-Chen and said indifferently. Zi-Chen didn't say anything. In fact, he couldn't say a word at this moment. The pressure was too strong, and it almost crushed his body. A hoarse roar came from his throat, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness and struggle. He couldn't fall. The monk and the others were very anxious, but the huge gap between their realms made them unable to move. The current you is like a clown, like an ant. The middle-aged man's expression was indifferent. As a Heaven Realm Old Ancestor, he regarded everything as ants. In his eyes, Zi-Chen was an unwilling ant. But in front of a god, what could an ant do even if it was unwilling? The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Let's end this." Bang. Chapter 1855. There was a difference of one realm between a supreme being and a pseudo-heaven, but the difference in combat strength was very obvious. Zi-Chen, who had previously displayed powerful combat strength, could be said to be invincible among supreme beings. But against a pseudo-heaven, before the two sides could fight, Zi-Chen's body exploded after a single sentence. Everyone knew the strength of a Heaven Realm expert, but they never imagined that a Heaven Realm expert would be so powerful. Behind them, the expressions of Tyrant and the others changed drastically, their faces filled with shock. In the sky, there were two existences facing each other. They saw everything below. The Heaven Realm expert from Misty City said indifferently, "He's dead." Due to the pressure from the other party, he didn't dare to move. But the other party would never have thought that there was a second Heaven Realm expert in the entire Misty City. Although the other party had just broken through, It was more than enough to deal with a few Source Supremes. Seeing Zichen's body explode, Dongqing felt like her heart was being torn apart. She wanted to scream, but she couldn't make a sound. It was as if all her strength had been sucked out in an instant. In the other directions, Fortune Teller, Shuntian, and the others also widened their eyes in disbelief. In their hearts, Zichen was almost synonymous with miracles. They never thought that Zichen would die. But now, against a Heaven Realm expert, Zichen's body actually exploded. This was an unexpected yet reasonable ending. The battle was truly over at this point. Next, everyone would die. And the fierce battle would end with the appearance of a Heaven Realm expert. But the names of these people were destined to spread throughout the Zhanwu continent. Every one of them was a genius. The Heaven Realm expert's gaze swept past Zichen's shattered body and looked at Tyrant and the others. His expression became indifferent. Tyrant and the others felt the pressure that Zichen felt before. He was ready to kill. The dignified little beast, who was confronting another Heaven Realm expert, replied indifferently, "So be it." Its tone was calm, as if it didn't care, as if its appearance wasn't because of Zichen and the others. The Heaven Realm cultivators on the other side were a little confused and puzzled. After that, he frowned. For the first time, he shifted his gaze away from the front and looked down. The expression on his face gradually became one of astonishment. The second Heaven Realm elite who was prepared to kill Meng Chao retracted his pressure and turned his head around to look at the spot where Zichen had exploded. There was a wave of energy there. The despairing Dongqing's gaze never left Zichen. She desperately hoped for a miracle to happen, but she was also very realistic. Zichen was Zichen, not Wu Xie. He didn't have an immortal body. But at that moment, she saw a ray of light at the spot where Zichen's body had exploded. The light gradually expanded and turned into a golden flame. Within the golden flame, a strong sense of vitality emerged. This scene attracted everyone's attention. For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with astonishment, shock, doubt, and confusion. Undying origin. That's the fire of life, the fire of life. Only undying sovereigns have the fire of life. How is this possible? Exclamations came from Misty City one after another. The sound waves were monstrous. Only undying sovereigns had the undying origin and the fire of life. This was common knowledge that everyone knew. But Zichen, who was only an origin sovereign, actually had the fire of life ignited on his body. This exceeded the scope of common knowledge and caused endless exclamations. Is it the undying body? The Heaven Realm cultivators in the sky didn't know. They were very puzzled. This situation was somewhat similar to the undying body, but also not very similar. Because Zichen's fire of life was golden. Undying body, it must be the undying body. Good fellow, he hid it very well. Among the exclamations, a young man with vertical pupils smiled excitedly. Beside him stood a sturdy young man who also had an excited smile on his face. Undying body. This Zichen must have the undying body. That's right. Only the undying body can break the rules. It's true that he has the undying body, but it doesn't mean that he will never die. In front of a Heaven Realm cultivator, the undying body can still be killed. After the exclamations, everyone believed that this situation was the undying body. Zichen had the undying origin in his body. But just like the undying sovereign, Zichen had already proved to everyone that he could still be killed. Behind them, Tyrant and the others didn't despair when Zichen's body exploded. As their cultivation base increased, they knew that Zichen had the means to summon the fire of life. Now, after seeing the fire of life reappear, they didn't despair, but they were very worried. If nothing unexpected happened, Zichen's newly reconstructed body would definitely explode again. This would repeat until he died. Su Mengyao's eyes flickered, as if she was trying to deduce a way out. The others looked very worried and helpless. Only Lin Shui looked at Zichen in the flames. Her pretty face was full of nervousness and expectation, as if she wanted to see some kind of miracle from Zichen. Golden flames of life burned in the sky, and a golden figure appeared in the midst of those flames. The figure was Zichen. His body had been reconstructed, but he didn't walk out of the flames. The flames were still burning. Zichen stood in the flames, his figure appearing and disappearing. Why hasn't he come out yet? Could it be that his cultivation base isn't enough? His fire of life isn't complete, and his body hasn't recovered to its peak state? Could it be that he's hiding in the fire of life to stall for time? Impossible. The fire of life belongs to the power of heaven and earth. It's very magical and can't be controlled by humans. Voices could be heard from the crowd once again. The Heavenly Realm expert standing opposite Zichen looked at Zichen in the golden flames with a smile on his face. He mocked, "Rumor has it that after the immortal body breaks through to the Origin Supreme, one can come into contact with the immortal origin and become a true immortal sovereign." He didn't suppress his voice, and it spread throughout the city. After everyone heard it, there was another uproar, and then everyone participated in the discussion. They didn't expect that the immortal body had such a secret. The Heavenly Realm expert changed the topic and said, "But that's just a rumor. Few people can break through two realms. You can summon the fire of life, but it's not because of the immortal body. To put it bluntly, you didn't summon it voluntarily. It's simply daydreaming if you want to break through this passive method." This Heavenly Realm expert was experienced and knowledgeable. He pointed out Zichen's foundation and decided Zichen's path. It turned out that Zichen hadn't come out for a long time because he wanted to break through to the immortal sovereign realm in one fell swoop. But what was the use of this? Facing a powerful Heavenly Realm expert, even an immortal sovereign would die. Even if he couldn't be killed, a Heavenly Realm expert could still seal an immortal sovereign for eternity. His soul would suffer unimaginable pain. Compared to this, it was better to die. In the golden flames, Zichen didn't respond. His fire of life was indeed passive, but the source of this passivity was because of the perfect body and the page of the heavenly book. In the past, Zichen had ignited the fire of life time and time again. It was a pure fire of life, a miracle of life. It wasn't the immortal origin that came with the immortal body. In this fire of life, there was no immortal origin. Its essence was the fire of life, eternal and inextinguishable. It could be said that this was a high-level power that came from this world, not the immortal origin power produced by an ordinary immortal sovereign's world. Relatively speaking, under the nurturing of this world, they had to follow the rules of this world. Therefore, their own world was far inferior to this real world. In the golden flames, Zichen sensed this higher-level power. This power once again invaded his body and transformed it. This time, Zichen could clearly sense the source of this power. And under the forging of this power, Zichen was capturing the source of this power. It was as if he was searching for the brightest star in a sea of stars. As he continued his search, Zichen's perfect world was also changing. The origin source energy continued to appear and grow. In Zichen's world, the origin source energy used to be a small lake, but as more and more origin source energy filled the lake, the size of the lake continued to grow. It became bigger, deeper, and finally turned into a sea. And in the deepest part of the sea, due to the accumulation and compression of the power of origin, some kind of change was happening. Every increase in the power of origin represented the improvement of Zichen's realm. Every change in the sea of origin also meant that Zichen had become stronger. At this moment, Zichen didn't notice this change at all. He was still searching for the most fundamental secret in the endless fire of life. The entire ethereal city fell into silence once again. Everyone could see that Zichen really wanted to take advantage of this fire of life to break through to the immortal sovereign realm in one fell swoop. Interesting, interesting. Tianjing smiled. His smile was full of ridicule. He didn't stop Zichen. Instead, he quietly waited to see if he could break through. His eyes had the look of a cat toying with a mouse, as if he was a high and mighty ruler looking down at the ants on the ground. Everyone knew that even if Zichen could break through, he wouldn't be able to change the final outcome. However, he still wanted to break through. This was his unwillingness to die and his desire to survive. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but admire Zichen's strong will. They also hoped that he could break through. Zichen, who was searching in the fire of life, finally came to the deepest part of the fire of life. Then, He saw a bright flame floating quietly in the deepest part of the fire of life. This flame was bright, but it wasn't blazing. Instead, it exuded a rich vitality, making Zichen feel very warm when he came close. He came to the flame step by step and slowly reached out his hand to grab it. Chapter 1856. Grabbing the flame in the deepest part of the flame of life in his hand, the flame stopped releasing its vitality. The other flames surging around Zichen were also quickly consumed and finally disappeared. In the outside world, the flame of life around Zichen that had not dissipated for a long time disappeared, and Zichen, who was shining with golden light, appeared. He was like a war god in golden armor, standing in the air, releasing a powerful aura around him. There was no flame of life in Zichen's hand, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. But Zichen knew very well that it was not an illusion, but something that had really happened. He opened his eyes, which were shining with golden light, and his whole person was expressionless. Everyone in Ethereal City had their eyes on Zichen, and everyone's face was full of expectation, waiting for the final answer. The golden light around him converged, and the black-robed Zichen stood in the sky. His powerful aura had also disappeared, and the aura around him was completely restrained, so no one knew whether he had entered the undying sovereign realm. The silence was broken by Tian Realm, who looked at Zichen and said sarcastically, "Are you disappointed?" "Disappointed about what?" Zichen was slightly startled and asked doubtfully. "Hope was right in front of you, and the opportunity was right in front of you, but you didn't seize it." The sarcasm on Tian Realm's face intensified. "Don't pretend that you don't care. You're probably regretting it to death now. As an undying sovereign, you still had a chance to live. Even if you were to be sealed in the future, it would still be better than dying. But now, the opportunity has disappeared, and your only ending is death." Just as Tian Realm was speaking, a figure emitting golden light appeared in Zichen's world. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the Origin Sea and looked at it with a stunned expression. He did not know when this Origin Sea had appeared, but he could feel that it was the source of his current power. In his hand, he was holding a bright flame. The flame was very warm, and it faintly exuded a kind of will. It was this will that brought him above the Origin Sea. It was because of this daze that Zichen's aura dissipated, making him seem very reserved. The Zichen in the outside world formed a connection with this Zichen. The golden Zichen nodded and flipped his hand that was holding the golden flame. The flame fell from his hand and fell into the Origin Sea. When the flames entered the sea, they were not extinguished. Instead, they sank to the bottom. At the same time, Zichen, who was standing in front of Tianjing, raised his head and met Tianjing's mocking gaze. He said in a deep voice, "I don't know what you're talking about. From what I hear, it seems very reasonable, but in my opinion, it doesn't make any sense." "Doesn't it make sense? Didn't you miss an opportunity to break into the undying realm?" "Did I miss it?" "You didn't miss it." While they were talking, the golden flame sank to the bottom of the Origin Sea. The moment it stopped, the flames began to glow, releasing high temperatures and life force. The Origin Sea was instantly set ablaze by the golden flames like fuel. The entire world of the Origin Sea was ignited by raging flames. This flame was the fire of life, an eternal source of undying origin. Tianjing's mocking expression immediately froze. A powerful aura surged from Zichen's body. This was the aura of undying. The quiet ethereal city became lively again because of the undying aura that surged from Zichen's body. He broke through, he actually broke through. They witnessed the entire process of an Origin Supreme becoming an undying Supreme, separated by a fire of life. The crowd was in an uproar, but many undying sovereigns kept shaking their heads, sighing and lamenting. They were all undying sovereigns, but they had stayed in the Origin Supreme realm for too long. This time, the reason why there were so many undying sovereigns in Ethereal City was because of Mount Supreme. In order to get this opportunity, they had no choice but to follow the arrangements of Ethereal City. They paid a great price, even their own lives. But what about Zichen? He had just become an Origin Supreme not long ago, but after burning the fire of life, he stepped into the undying Supreme realm. This speed was unbelievable, and the smoothness of the process was also unimaginable. It was as if he was climbing the steps, very easy. With one step, he became an undying sovereign. Zichen broke through, and cheers continued to ring out in Ethereal City. But after the cheers, another problem was placed in front of everyone. Zichen's opponent was a Heaven Realm expert. So what if he broke through? Could it be that Zichen could kill a Heaven Realm expert? This was obviously impossible. Judging from Heaven Realm's indifferent expression, even if Zichen broke through, it was no big deal. Amazing. Everyone admired Zichen. Breaking through under such circumstances would greatly increase his combat strength. In the entire Zhonwu continent, if Zichen claimed to be the second sovereign, no one would dare to claim that he was the first. But this powerful sovereign's enemy was a Heaven Realm expert, which was another realm. There was an insurmountable gap between the combat strength of the two sides, and the fate of death had never changed. But now that Zichen had broken through, there was no doubt that he had another choice, and that was to die standing or fighting to the death. He didn't even have a chance to resist against a Heaven Realm expert. And now, as an undying sovereign, he could at least take out a weapon and attack a Heaven Realm expert, and die in battle. In fact, Zichen did do so. He took out a sheathed long saber. Next, he was going to use his strongest attack. Monk and the others were calm. They had long put aside life and death. Only Lin Shui's eyes were bright, very bright, like the brightest stars in the night sky. Looking at Zichen, who took out his weapon, Heaven Realm mocked, "You don't know what death is." Zichen didn't say anything. He just stared at Heaven Realm and used his actions to show his determination. He slowly stretched out his right hand and grabbed the hilt of the saber. Blue veins appeared on the back of his hand as he pulled out the saber. Whoosh! The crisp sound of the saber resounded clearly throughout the entire Ethereal City. A saber light appeared between heaven and earth. It was a bright golden saber light, and there seemed to be a raging flame burning on the surface of the saber. This saber light was bright but not dazzling. The golden flame didn't release a strong heat, but it made people feel warm. This kind of warmth wasn't just the senses. When people saw this saber, they felt as if their hearts were warm. This was Zichen's most powerful attack. It could kill all the experts below the Heaven Realm. Zichen, who made this attack, deserved to be called an invincible sovereign. Wherever the saber passed, everything was destroyed. Unfortunately, Zichen's powerful saber attack was against a Heaven Realm expert. This was a higher-level life form, a more powerful existence. Facing a saber attack that could kill all Supremes, the Heaven Realm expert just smiled and stretched out his right hand. He raised his hand very slowly, and everyone saw it clearly. He stretched out his hand and gently pointed at the bright saber light. Ding! The tip of his finger touched the saber light, and it made a soft sound. The saber light, which had an indomitable momentum, stopped in front of his finger. Then, cracks appeared on the surface of the saber light, and it finally exploded. With just a casual finger, he destroyed Zichen's saber attack. Slash! The saber light shattered, but the saber didn't return to its scabbard. Zichen held the saber with both hands and slashed at the Heaven Realm expert in front of him. The space was cut open, and a black line appeared behind the saber. The saber landed on the Heaven Realm expert's head. Ding! Another sound was heard, and the saber was blocked by a finger. Zichen used all his strength, but he couldn't slash down anymore. He glanced at the stopped saber and saw the Heaven Realm expert. The other party's faint smile was full of disdain and mockery. The finger that blocked the saber was retracted and gently flicked out. Kaka! Cracks immediately appeared on the saber. At the same time, a huge force pushed Zichen back. The saber immediately fell out of his hand and exploded. Zichen coughed up blood and flew backward. This was the gap between them. The real gap between heaven and earth. The powerful Earth Realm expert was still so vulnerable in front of the weak Heaven Realm expert. It was like a giant elephant and an ant. No matter how sharp the pincers of the ant were, it was meaningless to the giant elephant. When the giant elephant was angry, the ant would definitely die. But as an ant, he naturally had his own persistence. Zichen, who was flying backward, directly disappeared. Under the pressure of the Heaven Realm expert, he could still use the rapid teleportation method. Zichen's strength was unquestionable. If the two sides were at the same level, there would be no suspense in this battle. The Heaven Realm expert turned around and pointed behind him. Boom! The void instantly exploded, and a large black hole appeared. At the center of the black hole, the shocked expression on Zichen's face disappeared almost at the same time. Heaven Realm smiled, and there was a playful look in his smile as he pointed at the void again. Boom! The void exploded again, and Zichen's figure disappeared again. Zichen, who was teleporting, could be caught by the Heaven Realm expert again and again. And every time, Zichen didn't have time to launch any attacks. This repeated several times. The space around the Heaven Realm expert was no longer intact. It was almost in a state of fragmentation for a long time. Zichen could still teleport under such circumstances. The world's fastest speed once again proved its extraordinariness. But it was useless. The difference between the realms was the difference between heaven and earth. The Heaven Realm expert's playful mood was finally wiped out. He frowned slightly, and a cold look appeared on his face. Boom! The void exploded again, and Zichen's figure appeared. But this time, Zichen didn't run away. The finger that broke through the void pointed forward. Under Zichen's shocked expression, the finger touched the center of Zichen's eyebrows. Then, another explosion came from the sky. Zichen's body exploded. Before the crowd could exclaim and wonder if Zichen was going to die at this moment, suddenly, the void behind the Heaven Realm expert broke open on its own. A strange weapon burning with golden flames stabbed at the Heaven Realm expert's body. Puff! Chapter 1857. The golden flaming weapon was held in the hand of a golden figure. This figure was Zichen. He displayed the fastest speed in the world to the limit that he could perform at the moment and finally avoided Heavenly Realm's perception. Then, with the help of the golden body of Buddhism, he created this attack. One attack. Under the difference between heaven and earth, Zichen only had one chance to make a move. He had to seize it. Looking at the dragon spike that had completely pierced through Heavenly Realm's heart, Zichen knew that he had seized this one and only opportunity. He did not waste it, and the dragon spike did not disappoint him. As for the result, Zichen did not think about it, or rather, he did not dare to think about it. Everything was up to fate. Boundless destructive thunderbolts continuously surged into Heavenly Realm's body through the dragon spike. Zichen displayed his full strength, wanting to destroy Heavenly Realm's vitality. Boom! There was another explosion between heaven and earth. A body exploded, but it was not Heavenly Realm who exploded, but Zichen. Zichen's body exploded, and the dragon spike was also sent flying far away. The difference between heaven and earth. It was still the difference between heaven and earth. Under such circumstances, not only was the dragon spike unable to deliver destructive realm power, but an even more terrifying energy entered Zichen's body through the dragon spike, trying to destroy Zichen's vitality. This assassination ended in failure, but Zichen's successful assassination this time was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. This should be the first Earth Realm cultivator to successfully break through Heavenly Realm in history. Cries of surprise rang out continuously from the crowd. This scene was truly shocking. Heavenly Realm, who originally had a joking expression, gradually became gloomy. This time, he did not suffer any damage, but he failed miserably in front of the entire city's attention. He had lost a lot of face. Therefore, there was anger on his face. He turned his head to look at Zichen, whose body was reassembled. Swoosh! Zichen's figure flashed and disappeared. Boom! The void in front of him directly exploded. His disappeared body appeared, and then his body collapsed. During this process, Heavenly Realm only pointed one finger. This time, Zichen didn't even have time to use his doppelganger before his body exploded. His body was once again reconstructed by the flames of life. Heaven Realm sneered and pointed his finger again. Zichen's body exploded again. This was the difference between them. Once a Heaven Realm superhuman became serious, he would only need one finger to deal with Zichen. The scene just now had caused Heavenly Realm to lose a lot of face. At this moment, he had to properly torture Zichen and slowly regain the face he had just lost. Reality proved that the difference between the two was too great. Zichen had no room to resist in front of a heavenly realm expert. Even though Tyrant and the others wanted to help, there was nothing they could do. Looking at how Zichen's body was exploding and regenerating, all of their faces were filled with pity. Among these people, Xuelin's eyes were always bright. She was very excited, as if she was still waiting for Zichen to create a miracle. After his body exploded more than 10 times, Zichen finally seized the opportunity and retreated far away, widening the distance between them. He looked at Heavenly Realm in front of him. His expression was calm, but his heart was helpless. He really had no chance of winning this battle. Now, he couldn't win, nor could he escape. In the current situation, to avoid more casualties, he could only take Tyrant and the others away. At the same time, Zichen transmitted a message to Shuntian and the others, asking them to retreat immediately. Zichen decided to escape. But at this moment, above the sky, Xuelin's body suddenly released a green light. The green light resisted Heavenly Realm's pressure and protected her as she walked forward step by step. "Can't wait to die." Heavenly Realm glanced at Xuelin and sneered. He didn't care about a mere origin sovereign at all. Now, he just wanted to torture Zichen as much as possible. Xuelin only took a few steps forward before turning back to look at Zichen and said, "Zichen, look carefully." Zichen was puzzled by Xuelin's appearance, but he still looked at her. The green light around Xuelin suddenly changed into a dazzling golden light. In this golden light, her entire aura changed, becoming mysterious and powerful. Feeling this aura, everyone's expression changed drastically. The golden light appeared from Xuelin's body like flowing water, then converged in the sky, finally showing a figure. When the figure appeared, the world changed. A powerful aura filled the entire ethereal city. Feeling this aura, there were exclamations all around. "Heavenly Realm, it's the aura of a heavenly realm. Another heavenly realm has appeared. How is this possible? Another heavenly realm existence." The aura around the golden figure was so powerful that people mistook it for a heavenly realm. In fact, this was not a heavenly realm, but a spiritual body. After this spiritual body appeared, it looked up at the sky. Zichen looked at the statue and felt that it was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. The aura around the statue suddenly changed, as if it was the ruler of heaven and earth. It stood in the air with a majestic posture, slowly raising its hands and suspending them in front of its chest. It was a state of forming a seal. "It's a spiritual body." The heavenly realm's pupils suddenly shrank. "It's a Tao body." Above the sky, the voice of another heavenly realm came. "It's a spiritual body teaching," said the little beast with the pressure. The 3 heavenly realm immediately understood the meaning of the golden figure's appearance. The spiritual body seemed powerful, but in fact, it had no attack power. His appearance was actually a powerful teaching method. The 3 heavenly realm immediately locked their gazes on the golden figure. Light flashed in their eyes, but they had to remember the next move. The others didn't understand, but their gazes never left the golden figure. Boom! The beginning of the seal appeared, and the space around the spiritual body completely exploded. A huge black hole appeared, and he stood in the middle of the black hole. This scene was very familiar to Zichen, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. The seal moved again, the golden light flashed, and a mysterious power spread out. The spiritual body's speed of forming seals was very fast, and in an instant, hundreds and thousands of seals appeared. The seals were fast and complicated, and everyone was dazzled. Even the 2 heavenly realm masters frowned. The spiritual body teaching was also a great opportunity for heavenly realm masters. The entire seal lasted for a quarter of an hour before the final seal was formed. The moment the seal was formed, the world completely collapsed. Zichen looked at the spiritual body in front of him. That tall figure gradually merged with a figure in his memory. His eyes lit up, and he finally remembered where he had seen it before. To be more precise, Zichen had seen this seal before. The seal was very powerful, and it was a great magical technique that communicated with heaven and earth. It was called Extreme Yang. Zichen, who was still very weak at that time, witnessed the process of extreme Yang's evolution with his own eyes. The seal was like a brand, deeply engraved in Zichen's mind. At this moment, the distant memory was reawakened. In Zichen's sea of consciousness, a tall figure appeared again. The tall figure stood above his sea of consciousness, looking into the distance and forming seals with both hands. In the outside world, a spiritual body was teaching. In Zichen's sea of consciousness, a golden figure was synchronizing with him. This figure was the extreme Yang from back then, and also Zichen's current soul. With the demonstration, Zichen gradually perceived a mysterious state from the seal. Back then, Zichen's realm had been very low, so he had not been able to see through the mysteries of the marks. But now, with his flame of life and his realm at the peak of the Earth realm, Zichen had a deeper understanding of the marks. In the outside world, the two heavenly realm masters were also imitating this seal, and the majestic little beast was watching with interest. Everyone in the city gradually understood and knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So, they all used some kind of method to forcibly memorize this seal. Unfortunately, the seal was too fast, and it was too dazzling to remember. Golden light flashed in the monk's eyes, and he obviously didn't want to miss this opportunity. The devil ape was indifferent. Lin Shui and the others were the same. They knew that it was useless even if they tried to memorize it. This was an exclusive Dao technique, and it could only be combined with the corresponding energy. Just like Su Mengyao's ethereal in action, it was tailor-made. The seal was changing, and the complexity was decreasing. Everyone could gradually see it clearly, and their faces were filled with joy. But they could only see the seal clearly, and they couldn't see the essence of the seal. Even the two heavenly realm masters couldn't see through it. And Zichen saw the essence of the seal under the mutual verification of the two figures. The appearance of the seal was to pursue the great Tao of heaven and earth. This Tao technique communicated with heaven and earth, and displayed the powerful might of heaven and earth. As he comprehended, Zichen felt a mysterious power, like a fog, blocking his perception. This was the limit of heaven and earth's rules. The earth realm, after all, studied their own world. Only those in the heaven realm could comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. And Zichen had clearly comprehended the limit of the earth realm. He could sense a little bit of the great Tao of heaven and earth, and the door to the heaven realm had been opened for him. The only difference was the accumulation of time and a small epiphany. At this moment, in the sky, the golden light spirit body's last seal fell. He said in a deep voice, "Extreme Yang." As soon as the words fell, the world collapsed, and the entire world seemed to be destroyed. The world was pitch black, and the spirit body emitting golden light dissipated in the darkness. Zichen hadn't fully comprehended this great Tao technique, but he had begun to come in contact with it. Extreme Yang was like a seed planted in Zichen's heart. One day, it would take root and sprout, evolving into a true great Tao technique. The two heavenly realm masters looked at the disappearing spirit body with regret. They were thoughtful, and wanted to remember more. Zichen closed his eyes at some point, and his body flashed with golden light. This golden light was hot and violent, and belonged to the extreme of destructive thunder. Heaven and earth returned to normal, and everyone sighed in disappointment. They had seen this extremely powerful technique with their own eyes, but they couldn't remember anything. Finally, someone remembered it, but when they tried to use the seal, it didn't work at all. The two heavenly realm masters shook their heads. Even if this technique was successfully simplified, its complexity was far beyond their imagination. Then, the two looked at Lin Shui. This little girl had used such a precious spirit body to impart Tao. Was it just for Zichen? It had to be known that even they, who were in the heaven realm, couldn't comprehend this technique. How could a mere undying Zichen comprehend it? In this case, it was undoubtedly a waste for the spirit body to impart Tao. With a doubtful attitude, the two turned their heads and looked at Zichen. Chapter 1858. Zichen opened his eyes, and a mysterious power surged around his body. This power was very similar to the origin of heaven and earth that a heaven realm expert comprehended. It was like the great Tao of heaven and earth, but there were some strange differences. His realm was still at the undying sovereign realm, but Zichen's expression was very similar to a heaven realm expert. After the two Heaven Realm experts sensed Zichen's current abnormality, they frowned slightly. His gaze swept past the Heaven Realm expert in front of him. Zichen raised his head and looked at a certain place in the void. He said indifferently, "Since you're here, show yourself." The direction he was looking at was the place where Shimen Lu had bowed earlier. During the process of comprehending the extreme yang, Zichen had communicated with the great Tao of heaven and earth in his own world. His perception had become sharper, so he sensed the existence of the second Heaven Realm expert. This Heaven Realm expert was clearly much stronger than the one in front of him. However, what made Zichen feel strange was that the other party was obviously stronger, so why didn't he make a move earlier? Zichen's words confused everyone. They all subconsciously looked in the direction Zichen was looking at. There was a surge of light, and a person appeared. That person stood there, and there was no aura around him. However, when everyone saw him, the words Heaven Realm involuntarily appeared in their minds. Only a Heaven Realm expert could appear in such a situation. Shimen Lu was excited. This was the real ancestor. He had already stepped into the Heaven Realm for many years. He immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, ancestor." "Greetings, ancestor." The crowd cheered again. In addition to the cheers, there were even more people shaking their heads. For example, Dongqing and the others were even more desperate. One Heaven Realm expert had already made Zichen helpless. Now that two Heaven Realm experts had appeared, Zichen and the others had no way out. However, before everyone could feel sorry for Zichen and the others, another person appeared on the opposite side of the Heaven Realm expert. To be precise, a small beast appeared. The small beast stood on the opposite side of the Heaven Realm expert. It was very dignified and seemed very relaxed. The crowd's expression changed. This was actually another Heaven Realm expert, and a Heaven Realm war beast at that. At this moment, everyone also understood why the Heaven Realm expert did not appear for a long time. It was because of this Heaven Realm war beast. Immediately after, everyone became curious. Why would a Heaven Realm beast appear here? Seeing the third Heaven Realm expert appear, a sliver of surprise appeared on Zichen's face because he had not sensed anything before. However, his surprise was soon replaced by joy. The Heaven Realm beast was actually a Thunder Saint beast. Since the other party had appeared here, it was obvious that Zichen could not die even if he wanted to. This was like going from hell to heaven in an instant. This was the true power of fate. Tyrant, Demon Ape, and the others didn't recognize the Thunder Saint beast, but they could still sense that it was extraordinary. And looking at Zichen's expression, they knew that they would be safe from now on. When Dongqing and the others saw the sacred thunder beast, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. If it was an ordinary Heaven Realm beast, perhaps it really wouldn't be able to fight one against two. However, the other party was a Thunder Saint beast, a former saint. After falling from a heavy injury, it returned to Heaven Realm. Naturally, its battle power was extraordinary. It seemed very easy for it to fight one against two. The Thunder Saint beast lowered its head and looked at Zichen. It said indifferently, "How is it?" Zichen cupped his fists and said gratefully, "Thank you very much." At this point, everyone completely understood that Zichen's reinforcements had come, and it was a Heaven Realm beast. In this way, the originally one-sided battle seemed to have returned to a tie. After sizing up Zichen, the Thunder Saint beast said again, "How is it?" Zichen looked at the Heaven Realm not far away and said firmly, "I want to try." A light flashed in the Thunder Saint beast's eyes. "You've understood." Zichen nodded heavily, full of confidence. After hearing this undisguised conversation, the two Heaven Realm experts were moved. They turned around and stared at Zichen. The content of the conversation between the two sides was not complicated. The two Heaven Realm experts naturally understood. The Thunder Saint beast's first sentence was to ask if he had arrived in time. Zichen immediately thanked him. The second sentence was to ask how to face this situation. Zichen's answer was not to retreat, but to try. Try what? Of course, it was to test his combat strength in front of a Heaven Realm expert. The last sentence was to ask about the situation of the spirit body's teaching just now. Zichen nodded, indicating that he had understood. One had to know that the two Heaven Realm experts had not comprehended yet, but Zichen had. This was not only inconceivable, but also a kind of wealth. The Great Tao was something that even Heaven Realm experts did not dare to hope for. In front of them, an Earth Realm expert who understood the Great Tao was like a treasure mountain without any defense. In the sky, the Heaven Realm expert immediately sent a voice transmission, "I'll stop the other party. You think of a way to capture Zichen. Remember, after capturing him, leave this place." On the opposite side of Zichen, the Heaven Realm expert Huiyin indicated that she understood. Zichen was not just a treasure. That pill cauldron was also a great treasure. The two Heaven Realm experts were determined to get it. Once they successfully captured Zichen, the two would decisively retreat. As for what would happen to Ethereal City, the two clearly did not care. To the Heaven Realm experts, those below the Heaven Realm were all ants. As long as they could become stronger, so what if they abandoned this city? At this moment, Shimen Lu and the other cultivators of Ethereal City were looking at the sky with anticipation. They had no idea that the two ancestors in their eyes had completely given up on them. The Thunder Sacred Beast turned around and looked at the Heaven Realm expert. It had no intention of making a move. The latter was also happy to face off like this. On the opposite side of Zichen, the Heaven Realm expert turned around and looked at Zichen coldly. Zichen's body exuded the light of extreme thunder and lightning, dazzling with golden light. He communicated with his own world and the world's origin. His body released a powerful aura. At that moment, Zichen was still a sovereign, but his imposing figure was not the slightest bit weaker than a Heavenly Realm expert. He formed a seal with both hands. The seal was clear and concise. Extreme energy surged at his fingertips like water. Just now, the spirit body used this seal to display powerful energy. At this moment, seeing Zichen's performance, everyone held their breaths and stared at Zichen in the sky. The Heaven Realm looked at Zichen. The moment Zichen formed the seal, he felt an aura locking onto him. He could not escape this lock. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. The seal belonged to the Great Tao of Heaven and Earth. It was definitely not something that a Supreme could comprehend. Even if the other party could comprehend it, it would only be in the form and not the meaning. Only in their hands could the Great Tao unleash its true power. It took a long time to describe, but in fact, the seal was formed in an instant. As the last seal fell, a golden light shone. Zichen looked at the Heaven Realm. His indifferent expression was like a ruler staring at an ant. The extreme light broke away from Zichen's control and headed toward the Heaven Realm in front of him. The Heaven Realm shook his head. Indeed, it only had the form and not the meaning. If it was a true Great Tao, there would be no energy path at all. The seal would erupt with its strongest power in an instant. His aura was locked. He took a step forward and slowly stretched out a finger, just like how he dealt with Zichen's attacks before. The golden extreme energy arrived. The Heaven Realm pointed forward. The indifferent Zichen slowly spat out two words at this moment: extreme yang. Boom. The extreme energy, which was not very powerful, instantly fell into a frenzied state. In this energy, there was an additional source of heaven and earth. Although this source of heaven and earth was far from the source of heaven and earth of the Jianwu continent, it was the true source of heaven and earth. The extreme yang energy exploded, creating a golden storm. The Heaven Realm was immediately swept into the storm. The Heaven Realm's cry of surprise rang out in the storm. The finger he extended was instantly turned into dust in the storm. Then, the storm began to wreak havoc on his body. The Heaven Realm's cry of surprise turned into a scream in the storm. Boom! An even more powerful aura was released from the Heaven Realm's body. The shaking storm immediately paused. The Heaven Realm took advantage of this pause and flew backward. The source of heaven and earth was still on his body. However, it was not the sovereign source, but the Jianwu continent's source of heaven and earth. This source of heaven and earth protected him from the storm's attack. However, after successfully retreating, his body was covered in wounds as if he had been cut by 1,000 knives. Many parts of his body revealed eerie white bones. At this moment, the Heaven Realm seemed to be in a very sorry state. The source of heaven and earth was constantly healing his injuries, but the speed was not as fast as expected. In Zichen's attack, there was a destructive force that was preventing his injuries from healing. Seeing that Zichen's attack had injured the heaven realm, everyone's faces were filled with shock. The heaven realm cultivator who was facing off against the thunder sacred beast also had a look of disbelief on his face. This seemed to go against common sense again. Zichen had not unleashed the true power of his great path spell, but he had definitely reached the beginner level and unleashed an impressive attack. If the two sides were at the same level, the heaven realm who took this attack would definitely die. When Tyrant and the others saw this scene, they could not help but cheer loudly. The constant suppression from before could finally be released at this moment. If the situation continued to develop, victory would belong to them. The storm disappeared, and Zichen saw the heaven realm in a sorry state. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his hand seals were formed again. Extreme Yang. It was the same move as before, and the trajectory was still the same. The heaven realm could not dodge and could only attack forcefully. Boom. The energy was violent, and the extreme Yang exploded, creating a destructive force. Under the sweep of this energy, the heaven realm was directly sent flying. The first time, the heaven realm was careless and did not see the true power of Zichen's move. But the second time, the heaven realm was still sent flying even though he was on guard. This was enough to prove that Zichen's combat strength had surpassed the heaven realm. Extreme Yang. Zichen's cold voice sounded for the third time. As the golden light flashed, the extreme Yang exploded, and the heaven realm was sent flying while coughing up blood. At this moment, facing Zichen's continuous attacks, the recovery speed of his injuries was also suppressed. Under such circumstances, the rule breaker played a great role. Not only did it suppress the injuries, but it also aggravated the heaven realm's injuries. In this way, the heaven realm's injuries would always reach a point where they could not recover, and there was even a possibility that their realm would permanently drop. He was very angry to be suppressed by a supreme being, but compared to his life, other things were nothing. Therefore, after taking a deep look at Zichen, he turned around and ran without any hesitation. Everyone was in an uproar. A heaven realm actually ran away when he encountered an earth realm. Chapter 1859. Heaven realm's escape caught everyone off guard and caused an uproar in the city. But Zichen didn't plan to let him go. Extreme Yang chased after him again. As the energy exploded, heaven realm screamed and ran even faster, disappearing into the sky in an instant. It was unrealistic for an earth realm to kill a heaven realm. It was already a miracle that he ran away. Heaven realm's sudden escape was really unexpected. Even the heaven realm who was confronting the thunder sacred beast was stunned. The current situation was obviously 1 against 2. He wasn't afraid of Zichen at all, but he didn't have any confidence facing the thunder sacred beast. But he was unwilling to leave just like that. So, he lowered his head and looked at Zichen. He sensed danger and turned his head to stare at the heaven realm. The danger came from him. Boom. The thunder sacred beast's body suddenly surged with the power of thunder. At this moment, the sky and earth changed color. The origin of heaven and earth rolled in the sky like clouds. Such power made heaven realm's face change drastically. Without any hesitation, he disappeared instantly. Thunder fall. The thunder sacred beast's voice echoed in the sky as if it was some kind of command. From the rolling sky, a dazzling thunder fell. Boom. The sound of thunder spread through the 9 heavens and landed on the ground. To be precise, it landed beside Zichen. The thunder exploded beside Zichen. The void shattered, and the heaven realm's figure appeared. His hair stood on end, and thunder smoke rose from his head. His eyes were full of shock. Zichen's face changed drastically. His body flashed and immediately retreated. He didn't even notice that heaven realm appeared beside him. Boom. Before heaven realm could do anything, the second thunder fell and exploded on top of his head. This time, heaven realm coughed up blood. Zichen, who had sensed the danger, had already distanced himself from the heavenly realm. Above the dome of the sky, large amounts of light flashed. Each light was a bolt of lightning. Heaven realm's face changed drastically. Between life and opportunity, he would of course choose life. So, he fled in horror. However, as they were fleeing, the thick thunderbolts in the sky began to chase after them one after another. Following that, thunderous explosions began to resound throughout the sky. In the blink of an eye, the second heaven realm expert also disappeared. All the cultivators in Ethereal City were dumbfounded. It seemed like the situation had changed too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the two heaven realm experts had been defeated and fled. Shimon Lu's face was ashen. They had never imagined that Misty City, which had two heaven realm experts, would be defeated by Zichen's group. The battle had ended, but many people were still in a dreamy state. Zichen glanced at Shimon Lu and coldly said, "Destroy Misty City." In the depths of Misty City was the biggest faction in Misty City. Due to the escape of the two heaven realms, the faction was in chaos. Hurry up and run before it's too late. Even the heaven realm patriarch has run away. What are we still doing here? Let's go, let's go. Open the treasury. We'll take something before we leave. The entire Misty City was in chaos. Some cultivators took advantage of the chaos to run out from the back door. Some jumped over the wall to escape, and some opened secret teleportation arrays. At this moment, Misty City, which had been built for tens of thousands of years, completely collapsed because of the escape of the two heaven realm experts. Some cultivators ran out from the back door, but they were blocked by two people after just a few steps. They were two young men. One of them had vertical pupils and looked very evil. The other was a burly man whose muscles were like rocks. Both of them were from the spiritual realm, but the majestic aura they exuded made people's hearts palpitate. Kill. Seeing someone come out, the burly man took out a mace and swung it forward. The evil young man next to him had a vertical pupil between his eyebrows. Destructive energy rushed out from it. The energy shook and killing intent surged. Soon, the place was filled with corpses. Wu Xie and Man She guarded one back door. In this area, there were quite a number of back doors and side doors. In the other direction, two women stood. Both of them were tall and curvaceous. One of them was extraordinarily beautiful, and the other had a few obvious scars on her face that greatly affected her appearance. Both of them held a long sword in their hands. The sword flashed with a cold light. Another cultivator rushed out. The two women didn't say anything and immediately rushed forward, displaying their swift and fierce attacks. Although the two of them were women, their attacks were more ruthless than many men. Jin Qingcheng was expressionless. When she was on the dragon boat, her heart was already dead. All these years, she had been wholeheartedly pursuing the Great Tao. Back then, Shangguan Hong chose to give up in Hupping City. After seeing Zichen again today, she could not calm down for a long time. She saw Zichen's confidants. Each of them was as beautiful as a fairy and had a unique temperament. To be admired by such women, it was no wonder Zichen was so cold-hearted. Other than that, she did not have Dong Qing's persistence. This time, her emotions were very complicated, and her attacks were also extremely fierce. Dong Qing had spread the news throughout the entire Zhonwu continent, which could be considered to have exchanged for Zichen's life. This kind of persistence was something she could not do. After hearing about Zichen's matter, the entire Shuntian prefecture fell into a state of shock. Thus, under the leadership of City Lord Tang Nuo, they used up all the resources in the prefecture, in addition to the location provided by the Tiger God Mountain, and only then did they manage to cultivate two supreme beings. One was the Heavenly Tao, and the other was the Heavenly Fortune Teller. At this moment, the two of them, who had consumed a lot of energy, also came to the deepest part of Ethereal City and began to kill those who tried to escape. In the entire Shuntian prefecture, there were only these two supremes. However, this time, the two of them had killed 6 immortal supremes. If word got out, their reputation would definitely shake. In another direction, there were 3 people standing. One was the current prefecture lord of Shuntian prefecture, Tang Nuo. The other was Long Fei, who was once an influential figure in the battlefield of despair. The other was young Master Tian, who only knew how to calculate and not fight. At this moment, the two of them were killing all the sector lords who tried to escape from here. Behind the two of them, young Master Tian seemed to be calm. As he watched the battle, he said unhurriedly, "This time, it was really thrilling." Fortunately, the final result was not unexpected. Ethereal City did not escape this great calamity in the end. The two of them were still fighting and killing enemies, so they did not respond. Young Master Tian continued, "But this time, the spiritual body that the little girl made was really extraordinary, and Zichen actually comprehended it. It seems that the door to the heavenly realm has been opened for him." He sighed, "Heavenly realm, that's the heavenly realm. Even if it's just a pseudo-heavenly realm, how many people want to enter but in the end, they lack an opportunity. Zichen is really a person with a great opportunity." The two of them still ignored him. Young Master Tian was talking to himself. This time, many forces had come to Shuntian Prefecture. Among them, many of the higher life forms in the Tiger God Mountain had also come. The old ancestor from back then had personally appeared, leading those higher life forms in the mountain to oversee a region. The twins of Hupping City also came. Unfortunately, the two of them had yet to reach the Sector Lord realm, so they could not help much in this battle. Among the crowd, two old men stood. One of them couldn't help but sigh, "This Zichen is really extraordinary." The other old man said, "Yes, back then in the battlefield of despair, we always compared Zichen to Long Fei. But later, it was proven that Zichen was stronger than Long Fei. And now, in just 1,000 years, Zichen can actually fight against a heavenly realm expert. This talent is really unprecedented." The two old men, one was Meng Shi and the other was Old Man Shink. After hearing the news, the two of them were worried about Zichen, so they came together. "Amazing, really amazing. Yes, I heard from Zichen that he has some friends with extremely high talent. There is no lack of supreme beasts among them. Seeing them today, it is indeed true. I say, Old Wu, if these supreme beasts all follow Zichen back to Hupping City, what do you think will happen to Hupping City? Will it become the number one in Shuntian Prefecture? First, stop mocking people here. If they all return to Hupping City, I believe that they will be willing to change the name of the Imperial Sky region to Hupping City. You have to know that other than these powerful supreme beasts, Zichen is an existence that can deal with heavenly realm experts." The two lords of Hupping City also came. Naturally, they were worried about Zichen. At this moment, those who were familiar with Zichen all came. This was all thanks to Dongqing. After 1,000 years, Dongqing was only in the mystic world. This was because he had collected too much realm power in the battlefield of despair. Otherwise, Dongqing would only stay in the empty realm. Dongqing in the mystic world led the emperors and was also fighting. This time, Zichen's goal was to destroy Misty City. Naturally, it was impossible to kill all the people in a city, but as long as they escaped from the city, they would be able to survive. However, this was for the other forces in the city. As for the Misty City in the deepest part, not a single person could escape. The battle continued. In the huge city, screams continued to sound. After the two Heaven Realm experts fled, the other cultivators in the city fled out of the city. Of course, there were some undying supremes among them. After escaping out of the city, they all stood up and looked at the city that was filled with the flames of war. Originally, they thought that Zichen only had a few people, but now, it seemed that Zichen had quite a number of reinforcements in the city. Shimen Lu was in complete despair, but Zichen did not kill him immediately. Instead, he brought him directly to the depths of Misty City. While they were moving forward, Shimen Lu once again mentioned the relationship between master and disciple in front of Su Mengyao. "Don't mention these useless things. If you try to pull strings now, you'll only die faster." Without waiting for Zichen to speak, the monk said coldly. After taking in a disciple, not only did he not pass on his cultivation technique, but he even forced his disciple to marry his son. Was there any friendship in this? If Shimen Lu continued to talk nonsense, he would only die faster. The Thunder Sacred Beast did not participate in the following battle. After Zichen and the others arrived in the sky above the depths of Misty City, the cultivators here were in complete despair. After everyone fell into despair, they became crazy, and curses rang out one after another. These curses were not only directed at Zichen and the others, but also at Shimen Lu. For his own selfish reasons, Shimon Lu had completely lost Misty City. This great city that had been passed down for countless years was destroyed because of this. You won't have a good death. There have been many Heaven Realm experts in Misty City, but they have all left. When they return, it will be the time of your death. Similar voices rang out continuously. But this was a story for later. Right now, this city was about to be destroyed. Chapter 1860. With the arrival of Zi Chen and the other undying sovereigns, there was no doubt that the entire Misty City would be destroyed. Outside the city, sighs could be heard from the crowd. Before this, who would have thought that Zi Chen would be able to destroy Misty City? If those forces in Misty City could have foreseen this, they would definitely not have allowed Shimon Lu to act on his own accord. Instead, they would have built a good relationship with Su Mengyaro and gained Zi Chen's goodwill. Unfortunately, everything was too late. Because of Shimon Lu's selfishness, Misty City was destroyed. Zi Chen and the others led Shimon Lu out. Everyone gathered outside the city. Zi Chen looked at Misty City in front of him and said, "From now on, Misty City will no longer exist in the seventh mainland." As soon as Zi Chen finished speaking, a misty light suddenly appeared from the ground and enveloped the entire Misty City. This was a grand array, one that covered the entire city. The appearance of the grand array caused an uproar. A grand array of destruction had appeared outside the city, and they had not noticed it at all. Rumble. A rumbling sound rang out as the power of destruction surged. The grand array began to destroy the city. Zi Chen, many Heavenly Realm experts have appeared in Misty City. When this news spreads, when those Heavenly Realm experts return, you will pay the price. I believe that you will definitely not be able to bear that price. Shimon Lu looked at the misty grand array and said coldly. Seeing the tragic deaths of his companions and family, he had asked for help, prayed, went crazy, and despaired. In the end, he recognized the situation and gradually regained his rationality. Zi Chen said indifferently, "That's a story for later. I have many enemies. How are the 5 elements aristocratic families compared to Misty City? I can't afford to provoke them, let alone your small Misty City." Shimon Lu said coldly, "The 5 elements aristocratic families will send experts here soon. You can fight one Heavenly Realm expert, but you can't fight a group of them." Zi Chen said sarcastically, "What Heavenly Realm expert? It's just a fake Heavenly Realm expert. Is there a Heavenly Realm expert in this world? Even a fake Heavenly Realm expert is stronger than a sovereign." Just like that, the two of them exchanged one sentence after another. Their words were filled with killing intent. If someone who didn't know the inside story saw the two of them chatting side by side, they would have thought that the two of them were friends. Shimon Lu was very clear that his life had already begun to count down. When Misty City turned into ruins, it would be the time of his death. Even though he knew that he was going to die, he still felt relieved. He talked to Zi Chen without holding back, cursing him from time to time. 1 hour later, the misty light dissipated, and the array disappeared. The entire Misty City appeared before everyone's eyes once more. However, this previously magnificent city had now become a true ruin. Smoke and dust swirled above the ruins like a storm. Perhaps after many years, this place would become a place of adventure. After all, there were still many unbroken restrictions in the buildings in the city. There were many opportunities in those restrictions. A city was actually destroyed just like that. Everyone also sighed endlessly. Today's battle was destined to spread throughout the Zhonwu continent, and Zi Chen's reputation would rise with the destruction of Misty City. He was destined to be famous throughout the world. After sighing for a while, it was time to leave. After the battle ended, everyone gathered again. Seeing so many familiar faces, Zi Chen was very moved. Everyone wasn't familiar with each other, so Zi Chen began to introduce everyone. The first person he needed to introduce was Dongqing. This was a person that everyone was familiar with. For 1,000 years, Dongqing had only done one thing, and that was to spread the word of the battle 1,000 years ago. This was the only way to gather everyone. It could be said that the most fundamental reason why everyone was gathered here was Dongqing. Lu Peng and the others expressed their most sincere gratitude to Dongqing. Dongqing's pretty face turned red, looking very embarrassed. She repeatedly said that it was nothing. After Dongqing, the ladies first. Su Mengyao and the others got to know Jin Qingcheng and Shangguan Hong. For everyone to come at such a time of crisis, it was clear that they had already disregarded life and death. Their relationship with Zi Chen was also very ordinary. Except for Dongqing, the other two women had a trace of indifference and alienation. It was more like they were silently explaining something. The four women were extremely intelligent. After nodding at everyone, they pulled the three to the side to chat. They wouldn't ask about Zi Chen's matters. And this time, Dongqing really helped Zi Chen. From the women's point of view, the two were just friends. They wouldn't believe it at all. For Zi Chen, Dongqing had paid a lot. If Zi Chen was willing, they naturally wouldn't object. Surrounded by several supreme beauties, Dongqing seemed a little embarrassed listening to their concerned tone. The shyness on her face didn't diminish. "Thank you for your help this time." Zi Chen cupped his fists and bowed to the others. Tang Nuo waved his hand and said, "Zi Chen, you're too polite. You've helped Shuntian Prefecture and saved countless lives. This little bit of effort is really nothing. Not bad, this is just a small effort. Zi Chen, you're very good." Long Fei looked at Zi Chen with admiration. Young Master Tian nodded at Zi Chen. Man Shi and Wu Xie stepped forward and hugged Zi Chen. Speaking of which, the three of them hadn't seen each other for more than 1,000 years. Moreover, when Zi Chen left without saying goodbye, both Shangguan Hong and Dongqing noticed. Dongqing even followed Zi Chen away, but the two of them were still foolishly in seclusion. Everything was in silence, and everything was in the embrace. Monk, Demon Ape, Man Shu, and Wu Xie also knew them. LV Peng and Zhong Haotian were unfamiliar faces, so Zi Chen introduced them to each other. A rare smile appeared on Zhong Haotian's face. He greeted Zi Chen's friends very kindly. After seeing fortune-telling and Shuntian Dao, he praised, "Amazing." To be able to make Zhong Haotian praise them, they were obviously extraordinary. One had to know that even Monk couldn't get a single praise from Zhong Haotian. In the previous battle, although the two of them had each attacked 3 times, they had killed 6 immortal sovereigns. Their battle strength was indeed extraordinary. The two of them smiled embarrassedly. Shuntian Dao said, "This time, the two of us used the resources of the entire Shuntian Prefecture. I only hope that we didn't embarrass Shuntian Prefecture." A supreme mountain had produced dozens of immortal sovereigns in the past few hundred years. Shuntian Prefecture, on the other hand, had only produced 2 origin sovereigns in the past 1,000 years. The degree of scarcity of resources was obvious. After meeting the prefecture lord, Zi Chen met Meng Shi and Shenke. The appearance of the two of them surprised him. After chatting for a while, he met the Hupping City's city lord and the others. Whether it was the city lord or Lord Wu, they were all proud at this moment. No matter how great Zi Chen's achievements were, he was still from Hupping City. Zi Chen was the pride of the entire city. Finally, Zi Chen met the White Tiger of Tiger God Mountain. He bowed and called him senior. White Tiger immediately waved his hand and said, "Absolutely not. Zi Chen, you are someone who can deal with Heaven Realm experts." Zi Chen smiled and said, "Senior is always senior. Hey, Zi Chen, do you still remember me? We have an engagement." Someone patted Zi Chen's shoulder, and a clear female voice rang out. Zi Chen turned around and saw Shuang-Er. Back then, Shuang-Er was still very young, but she already had the potential to be a beauty. Now, after 1,000 years, Shuang-Er had successfully awakened and stepped into the Realm Lord realm. She was natural and unrestrained, like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water. However, her words of engagement attracted a lot of attention. In an instant, several inquiring gazes floated over from afar. Of course, the 4 girls were included in those gazes. Before Zi Chen could explain, Shuang-Er's face was already red. She immediately said embarrassedly, "I was just joking." Everyone chuckled, thinking, what a cute little girl. While everyone was chatting, a timid girl stood in the distance. She was Su Mengyao's maid, and she had survived the battle. Back then, in her eyes, Shimon Dong was the most ideal person. He had a large family behind him, cultivation resources, and a godlike sovereign as his father. However, 1,000 years ago, Zichen had appeared out of nowhere. He had displayed powerful combat strength and directly killed Shimendong, severing the root of the marriage. 1,000 years later, Zichen had returned as a sovereign. He had killed the undying sovereign, and he had even broken through under the pressure of the Heaven Realm. In the end, he had comprehended the Grand Tao and forced a Heaven Realm expert to flee. Everything she had pursued in the past had disappeared. Even Misty City had become a wasteland. This was a rare gathering, a rare reunion. They could be considered to have survived a calamity. Everyone was very happy. After everyone got to know each other, Lord Wu and Hupping City's City Lord came before Zichen and asked Zichen what he planned to do next. Zichen was startled. He said, "Comprehend the world's origin energy and break into the pseudo-heaven realm." He had thought that his former enemies no longer existed. He had never thought that he would meet the Five Elements clans again here. They were like his mortal enemies, so Zichen had to take them seriously. Moreover, Zichen knew very well how powerful the Five Elements clans were. Back then, when they attacked the Lightning Divine Hall, many pseudo-heaven realm experts had died. However, they had definitely not all died. The others had all come to the Zhanwu continent. After this, the Five Elements clans would probably not let him go. Zichen had to break through as soon as possible. Comprehending the Grand Tao shouldn't require any resources, right? Why don't you return to Hupping City to comprehend it? Hupping City's City Lord suggested. If Zichen could stay in Hupping City, it would probably become even more prosperous and powerful. It would even surpass the Imperial Sky region. Zichen was very clear about the City Lord's intentions. To be honest, it was no big deal for him to go back now. However, before he could agree, Lin Shui, who had been paying attention to the situation here, walked over. She bowed slightly to Hupping City's City Lord and said, "I'm afraid Zichen can't go back with the City Lord. He has to come with me to the Wuji sect first." The Wuji sect. Zichen was stunned when he heard that. The Wuji sect of the Zhanwu continent. After they learned that you cultivated the yin-yang arts, they've always wanted to meet you. I was the one who brought the spiritual body that passed down the Tao from the Wuji sect. Back then, Xing Dao Li had reached the pseudo-heaven realm on the Zhanwu continent. He had always guessed that the others in the Wuji sect were still alive, but he had never seen them. The Wuji sect had always been a mystery. He never thought that Lin Shui would actually find the Wuji sect. Speaking of which, the Wuji sect was Zichen's original sect. He could also be considered the former sect master of the Wuji sect. Chapter 1861. Zichen decided to go to the Wuji sect. He wanted to take a look there. Xuelin only brought the extreme yang spiritual body. With the extreme yang that he comprehended back then, he was able to activate the extreme yang great Tao. As for extreme yin, Zichen hadn't comprehended it yet. Zichen's answer disappointed the people in Hupping City, but they could understand. No matter where Zichen was, as long as his strength and fame grew, Hupping City would be safer. Not only Hupping City, but the entire Shuntian prefecture would also benefit from this. Where is the Wuji sect? Zichen asked curiously as he looked at Xuelin. It's in the first continent, but that place is very mysterious. It's very difficult for ordinary people to find it. Xuelin was able to enter the Wuji sect because part of the Qing Enyu's inheritance summoned her when she ascended. That was why she was able to bring the dragon to the Wuji sect. This was also why Xing Dao Li didn't see anyone else from the Wuji sect in the Zhanwu continent. Zichen's itinerary had been decided. It was rare for everyone to gather, so Zichen decided to stay here for a few more days. There were two reasons for staying here. First, this area belonged to the ethereal domain. Under the ethereal domain was the ethereal prefecture. Ethereal City was only one of the cities, but it was also the foundation of everything. Ethereal City was destroyed. There were still experts and other forces in the ethereal prefecture and ethereal domain. There had to be an explanation for this. Second, Hupping City benefited from Zichen's fame, so they had to bear the consequences of Zichen's enemies' revenge. Since the Thunder Saint Beast was still here, Zichen decided to end things here to protect Huping City and Shuntian Prefecture. While they were waiting, Zichen told the Thunder Saint Beast that he was going to the Wuji sect. Unexpectedly, the Thunder Saint Beast shook his head and said, "You can't go to the Wuji sect yet. You have to come with me first." "Where?" "The Thunder Clan." "You'll know when we get there." The Thunder Saint Beast shook his head. This time, Laser Meng came as well. However, he hadn't broken through since he entered Mount Supreme. His cultivation level was the same as Zichen's. They were both immortal. Every time he saw Zichen, Radio Meng sighed. The gap between them was simply too great. 1,000 years ago, Zichen was still just an empty realm cultivator. In his eyes, he was just a little kid, and he was completely in a state of looking down on him. But 1,000 years later, Zichen had become immortal, and he could already fight against pseudogods. Such a huge change had occurred in just 1,000 years, and Lasmon had already been immortal for tens of thousands of years. This made people sigh with emotion. Zichen asked Radio Meng where the Thunder Sacred Beast was taking him, but Radio Meng didn't know. This time, he had come on his own initiative, and hadn't expected the sacred ancestor to show up. According to the original plan, Zichen and the others would walk step by step from here to the first continent. Along the way, they would visit the Sword Sect where Wang Xian was, and then they would visit the Moon Clan where Shangguan Yu was. Finally, they would head straight for the Wuji sect. That would be their last stop on the Zhanwu continent. After that, they would think of a way to return to the Tianwu continent. The original plan had been completely disrupted because of the Thunder Sacred Beast. After Zichen informed everyone, they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Obviously, they were going to be separated again. "I'd better return to the Sword Sect. I'll wait for you there," Wang Xian said after thinking for a moment. The Sword Sect had a lot of resources, and there was no lack of magical places among them. She planned to use this period of time to break through to the Immortal Realm, and then use some of the magical places in the Sword Sect to break through to the Heaven Realm in one fell swoop. "Dongqing and Qingcheng will return to the Sword Sect with me." Dongqing had wasted 1,000 years, and her realm was too low. Everyone felt a little guilty, so Wang Xian decided to bring her back to the Sword Sect. As for Jin Qingcheng and Shangguan Hong, Wang Xian had asked them if they wanted to. Jin Qingcheng's only thought now was to become stronger, so she naturally wouldn't refuse. However, Shangguan Hong chose to return to accompany her parents, which surprised everyone. As for Man Shi and Wu Xie, their paths were similar to the Sword Sect's Sword Will, so they could only give up. The two of them also said that they would travel together, and that they would meet again if fate wills it. During this period, LV Peng had been teaching the twins formation skills, and they benefited a lot. After waiting for 3 days, the people from the ethereal region finally arrived. It was the 3 pseudo-heavens. After arriving, they bowed to the Thunder Sacred Beast with a humble attitude. 3 days was enough for them to find out the true identity of the Thunder Sacred Beast. Even if both sides were at the same level, the Thunder Sacred Beast could still kill 3 of them. As the Thunder Clan's sacred ancestor, the Thunder Sacred Beast had the strength and capital to do so. The 3 of them were representatives, and during this period, they also praised Zichen. After that, they began to discuss business. The 3 of them first apologized. This matter was originally Ethereal City's fault. Now that Ethereal City had been destroyed, the grudges between both sides were written off. The Thunder Sacred Beast nodded, indicating that he agreed. This was also Zichen's intention. He didn't have the strength to destroy the entire ethereal region, and the other party was also afraid of the Thunder Sacred Beast, so they didn't dare to do anything to him. Therefore, they hit it off and chose to reconcile. "I heard that little brother Zichen suffered a great loss. We accidentally obtained this supreme saber. I wonder if little brother Zichen is satisfied with it." The pseudo-heavens in the lead took out a long saber. On the blade, silver light shone in all directions. With the appearance of the long saber, there was an additional pressure between heaven and earth. That oppressive aura was like thunder hanging over the head, and could fall at any time. The pseudo-heavens handed over the long saber, and the entire saber resounded with the sound of thunder. Seeing the supreme saber, The thunder sacred beast's expression changed slightly. Without releasing his perception, Zichen knew that this was a weapon related to thunder. It could be said that it was purely made for people who used thunder. It was the exclusive weapon of the Thunder Clan. Zichen took the long saber and injected a trace of energy into it. The long saber trembled slightly, and a terrifying pressure appeared. It was as if the roar of thunder dragons resounded between heaven and earth. This was a weapon that had reached the supreme level. Moreover, it was the best among supreme weapons. It had a great increase in thunder power. Zichen was very satisfied. Nodding, Zichen accepted it. In this battle, almost all of his weapons were destroyed. It was difficult for him to find a suitable one. Now, except for the dragon spike, he only had the scabbard. The appearance of this long saber could make up for the loss of Zichen's weapon. Since their goal had been achieved, the three of them left. The thunder sacred beast looked at Zichen turning the weapon back and forth and said, "That's the supreme thunder." It was made from the thunder horn of the pseudo-heavenly thunder beast and other precious materials. It was very famous in the Thunder Clan, but it was lost in the subsequent battle. A weapon that could be remembered by the thunder sacred beast was naturally an extraordinary existence. "This thunder saber is second only to a heavenly weapon," said the thunder sacred beast. "Heavenly weapon, not a pseudo-heavenly weapon." Zichen's face was filled with doubt. "There are pseudo-heavens in the realm, but there are no weapons." The thunder sacred beast said, "A heavenly weapon is very rare. Its value is even higher than a pseudo-heavenly weapon. Xing Dao Li was a pseudo-heavenly weapon, but he was able to make a name for himself. This was inseparable from the saber in his hand. And that saber was naturally a heavenly weapon. A real heavenly weapon. Even a pseudo-heavenly weapon would be moved by such a weapon. It seems that the ethereal region is very sincere this time. Your worries are unnecessary. At least they won't have any other thoughts for the time being." Knowing that Zichen was from the Thunder Clan, they still sent such a powerful weapon. The ethereal region's sincerity was clear. Zichen sheathed the saber. A mysterious power came from the hilt. This power wrapped around the supreme saber, making the two of them one. Although he didn't draw the saber, Zichen could already feel the power of this saber. After a few days of being together, it was time to part. It was inevitable that everyone was reluctant. But this separation meant that they would meet again in the future. This time, everyone had a connection with each other. It wouldn't be difficult to gather again next time. Before parting, Zichen took out some weapons from the pill cauldron and distributed them to Shuntian, Manshur, and the rest. The four girls, Zhong Haotian, Tyrant, and Devil Ape had weapons, but they didn't need them. After that, he took out some crystals that contained the undying source. These crystals were obtained from refining the undying sovereign. To an undying source, these were the real treasures. In addition, he gave everyone some pure source. This was the source that could be used to refine weapons and body. Usually, there would only be a little of it, and it was a one-time use. But Zichen realized that there was a lot of such source in his world, and it could be regenerated. After the distribution, it was time to leave. The two disciples from the sword sect had been waiting in the distance. At this moment, they finally walked over and asked Wang Xian'er to return to the sword sect. "Zichen, you have to work hard. I'm very popular in the sword sect." Wang Xian'er winked at Zichen and said mischievously, "Don't worry, I'll go to the sword sect soon. If anyone dares to have any ideas about you, I'll teach them a lesson." Zichen smiled. When the two disciples heard this, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. In the last battle, not only did Zichen defeat the Heaven Realm expert, he could also easily kill the Undying Sovereign. Such an existence could only be described as dangerous. Who would be foolish enough to have any ideas about his woman? When he returned to the sword sect this time, the other disciples would probably avoid him. Wang Xian'er returned to the sword sect. The Longhu sovereign followed her. As for the flying tiger god, he followed Su Mengyaro and Shangguan Yu to the Moon Clan. It was a very mysterious clan. During this period, very few people came into the world. If she hadn't heard news about Zichen, she would probably have stayed in the Moon Clan. The spirit-devouring rat had a great harvest this time. Originally, the realm lord was its limit. This time, it had a chance to break through to the sovereign realm. However, because of its aptitude, it had no hope of entering the heaven realm unless it had a great opportunity. Although humans were weak, there were many variables. Comparatively speaking, those beasts with pure bloodlines were much more restricted. Lin Shui still brought the dragon back to the Wuji sect. LV Peng, Tyrant, Devil Ape, and Zhong Haotian decided to travel the Zhonwu continent together. Once they heard news about Zi Chen, they would meet in the first continent. Zi Chen also believed that there were few people who could make them suffer in the face of such a combination. Tang Nuo and the others chose to return to the Shuntian prefecture. Longfei, who had just entered the spiritual world, planned to go out alone. The people from the Tiger God Mountain also left. Shuang'er waved at Zi Chen. It was unknown when they would meet again. Zi Chen watched everyone leave. In the end, even Radio Meng left. Obviously, the Thunder Sacred Beast only called him this time. "Where are we going?" Zi Chen asked again. He was very curious. "To find something for you." Chapter 1862. The Sacred Lightning Beast didn't tell Zi Chen what he was looking for. The two of them just continued forward. Their speed wasn't fast, and they would stop from time to time. Zi Chen knew that the Sacred Lightning Beast hadn't reached its peak state yet. It still had a lot of room for growth. Stopping midway should have something to do with recovering its strength. Whenever the Sacred Lightning Beast stopped, he would sit down cross-legged and cultivate. His world could be called a perfect world. In this world, there was an inexhaustible source of origin energy. In the outside world, this source energy was like a divine pill or immortal medicine. It could rebuild one's true body and bring the dead back to life. After Zi Chen reached the undying imperishable realm, this source energy had also undergone a great change. After comprehending extreme yang, Zi Chen already knew what to do next. The heaven realm was a completely new realm. This realm was completely separated from the earth realm. If the earth realm was the development of one's own world, then the undying sovereign realm was the limit. The heaven realm was a new beginning. What one comprehended was the source energy of heaven and earth. This source energy didn't refer to one's own world, but to the great world where all living beings grew up, the Zhanwu continent and the martial heaven continent. After comprehending the source energy of heaven and earth, when the source energy of heaven and earth was added to one's body, one would be in the pseudo-heaven realm. When a pseudo-heaven realm expert entered the heaven realm, one needed to truly comprehend the source energy and become a true heaven realm expert. There were very few true heaven realm experts, and it was very difficult to break through. Reaching the heaven realm didn't mean that the earth realm world was useless. On the contrary, the growth of one's own world had a very close relationship with the heaven realm expert's comprehension of the source energy of heaven and earth. Take Zi Chen for example. His world was almost perfect, so as long as he could comprehend the world origin of his own world, he could use this world origin to see the world origin of the outside world and step into the heaven realm. In this way, Zi Chen's cultivation speed would be twice as fast with half the effort. As for those existences with imperfect worlds, it was very difficult for them to comprehend the heaven realm through their own world. During this process, they would encounter bottlenecks and need to enter the heaven realm again and again. However, most people who entered the heaven realm were only in the pseudo-heaven realm. It was very difficult to break through to the true heaven realm. In the past, Zi Chen had suffered all kinds of hardships when he was in the earth realm. He had grown up in the perfect world with great difficulty. In the end, all of this would become his wealth and help him reach higher heights. Zi Chen's aura was also changing as he comprehended the world's origin of heaven and earth. This aura was stronger than that of a prime, but weaker than that of a pseudo-heaven. When the supreme sacred beast saw this scene, it couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Zi Chen had already chosen the right direction. It knew that Zi Chen had a perfect world, so it knew that Zi Chen wouldn't be affected by anything in the future. As long as he followed the path to the end, he would break into the heaven realm and become a fake heaven comparable to Xingdao Li. The thunder sacred beast, which was not fast to begin with, deliberately slowed down its speed. Zi Chen also took this opportunity to continuously comprehend the world's origin. It seemed that because of the pressure of a heaven realm expert, the two of them did not encounter any danger wherever they went. When they passed through the dense forest, not a single small beast could be seen. As for the rulers, they had disappeared without a trace. After traveling like this for an entire year, the two of them passed through the 7th mainland and arrived at the 6th mainland. This place was even more prosperous than the 7th mainland, but the Thunder Sacred Beast only brought Zi Chen to a remote place. Zi Chen had doubts about this, but he did not ask. On the contrary, walking in a place without people calmed his heart. Under such circumstances, Zi Chen could quickly enter a meditative state and comprehend the world. This journey was very similar to the 1,000-year journey when he comprehended the laws. It was precisely because of that 1,000-year journey that his future Earth realm cultivation path was much smoother. This time, Zi Chen took it as a chance to cultivate and relax. Another 2 years passed very quickly. Zi Chen had made great progress. He had also gradually grasped the knack of comprehending the world's origin. Compared to 3 years ago, his combat strength could be said to be much stronger. During this period, the Thunder Sacred Beast also specially guided Zi Chen in cultivating the world's extreme speed and the close cooperation between the heavenly thunder wings and the movement technique. During this process, Zi Chen deliberately asked the Thunder Sacred Beast some questions about combat skills, but the Thunder Sacred Beast's answers seemed to be a little absent-minded. It was not like the Thunder Sacred Beast's footwork. Not only did it guide him, but it also demonstrated it. "Are we going to the Thunder Clan?" Zi Chen asked curiously. He had asked the same question many times over the past 3 years. "No." The Thunder Sacred Beast shook its head. The Thunder Saint Beast shook its head. Normally, it wouldn't answer, but today, it finally answered. "Then where are we going?" "I'll help you find the Heart of Thunderwings first." "The Heart of Thunderwings? What's that?" "The core of the heavenly thunder wings. With it, your speed will be faster." The Thunder Sacred Beast said, "The world's extreme speed can affect space and time because of the supreme treasure, the heavenly thunder wings. It's one of the few supreme treasures of the Thunder Clan, and the Heart of Thunderwings is the core of the heavenly thunder wings." When Zi Chen heard this, he asked excitedly, "Where is that place? Is it far?" "It will be there in another year. During this period, you should mainly practice the 9 lightning deaths. The Heart of Thunderwings is the true essence. Its speed is very fast, and it has intelligence. I'm afraid you won't be able to subdue it." The Thunder Sacred Beast said. "Ah, such a thing can happen." Zi Chen was startled when he heard this. Then he asked, "My speed is not as fast as yours. Why do you want me to go?" "There are restrictions in that place. I can't enter. But you can suppress your realm." For an existence at the level of the Thunder Sacred Beast, suppressing one's realm was a simple matter. The Thunder Sacred Beast shook its head and said helplessly, "Among those of the same level, you, who have the Thunder Wings, won't be slower than me. The most important point is that if you want to subdue the Heart of Thunderwings, you must have the Heavenly Thunder Wings." Zi Chen was relieved and immediately nodded, indicating that he understood. In the following year, the two would occasionally pass by human cities. News of the battle 4 years ago had already spread through various channels. Now, Zi Chen's reputation had undoubtedly spread throughout the Jianwu continent. Although the news was very clear about such an inconceivable matter as an Earth Realm cultivator defeating a Heaven Realm cultivator, because it was too miraculous, there were always people who didn't believe it. Moreover, the Undying Sovereign had the undying source. This kind of source was recognized by the world and was very difficult to obliterate in the world. Even a Heaven Realm cultivator couldn't, so how could it be killed by someone of the same level? When the news spread, Zi Chen's reputation shook, but there was no lack of voices of doubt. Other than the news about Zi Chen's rise to fame, there was also the news that the overlords of the Second Continent had directly publicized their grudges with Zi Chen. Those who were originally optimistic about Zi Chen shook their heads after comparing the two sides. Obviously, he had provoked the 5 Elements aristocratic family. Next, Zi Chen could only hide in the forest. In the blink of an eye, 10 months had passed. On this day, The two of them arrived at a mountain range. With Zichen's current understanding of the world, he immediately felt that the space here was greatly affected. In addition to space, it seemed that the time here had also become extremely abnormal. "Follow me, don't go the wrong way." The thunder sacred beast leaped to the peak of the mountain. After stepping on a huge rock, its figure disappeared. Zichen kept staring at the thunder sacred beast from behind. Until it disappeared, he didn't feel the slightest fluctuation in space. It wasn't a teleportation array, nor was it a secret place. It was more like a spatial node in the chaotic space. Zichen followed. As he stepped down, his body began to distort, and then he appeared beside the thunder sacred beast. At this moment, the world in front of Zichen had changed greatly. The mountains were gone, and bright colorful lights floated between heaven and earth. These colorful lights were like spacetime ribbons. Although they weren't dangerous, they might bring you into another spacetime. Be careful, the time here is chaotic. The thunder sacred beast reminded once again. Then, it continued to move forward. During the process of moving forward, it was also walking in a very rhythmic manner. It seemed that every step it took was calculated in detail. Zichen followed behind, the surprise in his eyes growing stronger and stronger. Because with every step, the scene in front of him changed. After the third step, Zichen saw the mountains again. The roars of various strange beasts could be heard in the mountains, and there were even two strange beasts fighting. Rumbling sounds could be heard constantly, and the forest was shattered, and smoke and dust were swept up. These scenes told Zichen clearly that what was in front of him wasn't an illusion, and he had stepped into a real spacetime. This is the trace left behind by time. Some things might have already happened in the real world, and some might not have happened yet. The thunder sacred beast's voice came from ahead. "It hasn't happened yet. Doesn't that mean I can see the future?" Zichen was very surprised. "You can say that, but it's just a fragment of the future, and it won't be of much use." The thunder sacred beast's voice was very calm, and then it said, "When the world's fastest speed reaches the limit, it is said that you can see the past and the future, but you can only see the scene, and you can't do anything to change it. It's really that magical? Of course, the premise is that you have the strength." After that, Zichen saw another battle. It was a battle between humans and foreign races, and various experts fell during it. The thunder sacred beast glanced at it and said, "That's a battle that happened many years ago, and it was recorded by time. Now, you can only see this battle, but you can't help at all." Zichen saw a cultivator's body explode, and then flames reignited. It was actually the undying sovereign. Just like that, the two of them continued to travel, passing through spacetime after spacetime, and finally arrived at a void. This was a dark space, and there was no light inside. The thunder sacred beast stopped after arriving here. "We've arrived at our destination?" Zichen asked. The thunder sacred beast stared ahead, and the lightning in its eyes changed, as if it was deducing. After a while, it said, "Walk 500 steps in a straight line from here, and then you will enter another spacetime. The heart of lightning wings is in that spacetime. Whether you can obtain it or not depends on your luck. What if I can't get it?"